Good morning. Today is 9th of April 2025 and we're going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Sandown Lakeside. So Sandown has two sides. One is this, which is the hillside. The other one is this lakeside. So we are going to be racing here today. So this particular section is not going to be used. We're going to be using this section. It's an anti-clock direction. The ground rating is good. This is in Victoria. The last finishing mile is about 400 meters. Could be a little here and there, but that's more or less the last mile. 407 is the reading, but it could be 405, 410, anything on those lines. So that's the finishing line here. We've got 8 races here today, and this is how the track looks like. This is a very challenging track, and especially because of the shape of this track, it becomes very difficult for a lot of horses to perform here. And but this is a good place to race, and we are going to be racing here today. Got 8 races here, and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes or there are better horses, we often step out or we make changes with our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. So that's exactly what we try and do. I've got 3 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the live streaming, the races, the live feed. And the second one is RaceNet, where we refer to the odds and the number of scratchings that we have. And the third one used to be Top Sport. Now it has become bettor, BETR. So this is where we take a look at the winning numbers. That's what we have. So we'll see what's going on. So there's nothing going on here at this point of time. It'll take some time for them to come up with the feed. Till then, we'll take a look at what's going on at Hawkesbury. And I have the races. I'll share my thoughts and we'll go with this.
It was an encouraging 5th last start at the Sunshine Coast, only beaten a length and a half. He's a big gross horse. I'm thinking he would have needed both of those runs to get fit for today. All right, let's get to Anthony Manton now for a market update.
Already just get shorter, Bernie. So 220-ish when you guys were doing your preview. Now $1.85, and every time I look at the board, it ticks over a roll. 185 by far the most popular runner. Winning edition's been soft, $3.30 up to $3.80, and Simone City also very soft, out to $9. Pensiero at 11. So more for ready. Touch 185, just 190 right at the death, but very, very popular here.
Yeah, thanks for that, Anthony. Speed-wise here, well, we know Moonlight Kicks led last start. In fact, that's been on the pace at his last 2. Going down the page, Raging was up on the speed in a 1,000-metre race at the Sunshine Coast last start. Dashing Hope, Maxi, can get on the speed sometime. Already be looking at the favourite, would be looking to hold a spot, I would imagine, from that lovely draw.
Yeah, but I think Georgie will give her a dig out of the gates to make sure she holds that good spot.
And I think Winning Edition.
Yeah, they might give her a bit of a dig out of the gates as well to have handy. She just got back the other day and then basically there was no tempo. They all stayed in the same spot. So there she is, Ryder just getting himself out of the saddle a little bit. The winner on Winning Edition with the inside gate. There's Raging, former Victorian, with Legend. This horse looking quite well.
Fantastic and strong here today. So my idea was just a very big.
Lee, welcome back.
Victoria. Let's get upstairs to David Fowler for the call of race 3.
Thanks, Bernie and Mike. We're just about 7
Ipswich
now.
12.
Morpheretti runs the favourite. Ready to break, they're off and racing. They jump in a good line, drifting back soon after the start, better not forget. Now, Morpheretti, the favourite, was actually first into stride and goes to the lead from Dashing Hope second and Winning Edition. The second favourite is going to occupy third position. A few lengths away, raging fourth outside of Donny Tomdo. A couple away, Pen Zero. Followed by Sapino Rose, Saman City, better not forget Moonlight Kicks and Even Zell in a strong outfield as last, 10 off the lead. Down the side towards the halfway mark, just over 600 left to run, and Morpheretti's doing it well for Johnny Cartwright. 3/4 Dashing Home second. They're out by 2.5 to Winning Initiative third. Then Raging, Donny Tondo, starting to make some ground as they approach the turn. Then Sapino Rose, followed by Ben Zero, Saman City. Moonlight Kick, second last, better not forget. And Eden Sellers last of all. Favourite looking pretty rosy on straight digger. Morpheretti shook off Dashing Hope. Raging to the outside, runs some sort of race. Then Donny Tondo, Winning Edition not doing enough. Morpheretti, 100 to go. Hard against the rail in the lead. Trying hard was Raging. Morpheretti in front, does it all the way. Well banked and wins. Beats home Raging. Pen Zero snatch third. Fourth either Donny Tondo or Eden Zell. From last,
9.
then Dashing Hope, Saman City. Well back with
Lead it together 12.
Sapino Rose out towards the toe.
So 9-5-12.
Yes, you did. Third place.
Number 9,
Brilliant, Lee.
Already, and she ran along, Bernie, seemingly running some pretty good sectionals for a maiden, so they had their chance. Raging was handy, fourth fit from memory. Pensiero was back on the rails. Now, they kept backing this. Pensiero, the filly.
All right, this is the first one. I'm not going to put in money on the first one. That's something that I'm not going to do. Yesterday was a mistake. So that's what I'm not going to do. Now, here is my thought. So that 4 is the favorite. Okay. Now, if you look through the odds, it's 4, 1, 4, 6, 1, and 3. If we look through the rails, 6 is there, 4 is also there. Now 6 happens to be the linear and 4 is the second linear. 1 and 3, they are here. Now here is the problem in this race. The 4 and the 6, they have 65-75 on them. And they just have 1-1 races. They kind of in a tricky state. This may not be what it is. Definitely the 6 has advantage through the rails and all that is there. The 4 is the second one with beautiful management going on this horse. But the problem is this is a 1200 meter. That's a lot of pressure for horses that has just won races. Even 1 is at 52. Now, how this pressure translates is here. So if we look at the pressure and then we translate, so this is actually 75, which is 542. This is 104. This is the 4, which is there as the favorite, but 3 has 2 races. All right, this one has 2 races. And that's the advantage. Is it in good hand? It is in moderately good hands. Now, that's one way of looking at it. So if the 3 wins, then we need to look for the pressure line. So the pressure line, the top notch is here, which is 7. And they also tailing gates. This is an EW anyway for a maiden. And it's in probably the best hands, 7. So if 3 wins, 7 is the second one. And 4 winning is, I don't know if that will happen. But if 6 wins, the neutral, the linear, which I doubt that it will happen with that pressure, then it'll be 5, the second one, the larger drift. So it is either 6 and 5, or it is 3 and 7. If that's what the results are, or anywhere in between, then we are going to start playing from the next one. But if that's not the case, then we need to dig deeper. And that's what I think. The 6, the problem is the management, definitely. The management is an issue. Here, the management is an issue. But if we look at 3 and 7, they are a lot promising. The 4 is also in a good hand. It is not that 4 is in a bad hand. The 4 is also in a good hand. But then again, that's a lot of pressure, and this probably is not in the best condition. So that is there. But if 3 wins, we should be able to get the 7. I'm not going to put in money on the first one. We'll see how it works. And there are these 2 horses which has got no races, but they are also good. It's not that they're bad, but there's a huge, I mean, that's a little weird kind of a pressure. Plus this one is 57% down. 10 is in good hands. 10 is okay. So 10 is definitely an EW. It's in good hand. That's there. That's 4. And if the 4 wins, which is the favorite, if the 4 wins, then you're getting the support from the 2, I mean the 10. So anything on those lines is all good, but we'll see. I like the 3. I generally do not bet on neutrals. That's why I will stay out. It's a neutral horse at the end of the day. It's a neutral horse at the end of the day. So chances are, I mean, 1200 meter neutral. But when we look at that, we also have to look at this. This is the reason we had to figure this thing out. That we cannot understand what exactly is the advantage or disadvantage on a neutral. So here, the 3 definitely is the one with the advantage. And but it is neutral. 4 is the favorite. That's also a chance that it'll go through like that. So that those are possibilities. Those can work. But that 7 is a check. That 7 is a check because of the pressure line. That 7 is a check because of the pressure line. It's in very good hands. So that can work tremendously. That can work tremendously. We'll see how it works.
No doubt he's got talent.
fitness-wise, he's tuned up, he's ready to go. There was intent to have him ready for this, but just from a pick of the yard commodity, I probably would bypass him.
Beyond Baker and Rachel King team up with Spotters here, drawn one. I think barrier one's ideal. I think he's going to be better when he gets over further rather than 1100. Ideally, he'd like to hold a nice spot, but I reckon he's probably 3 back the fence. Wasn't in fast time, but he's a nice enough horse. He'll improve.
He is a nice horse, yeah. He's pretty casual. They've put some earmarks on him, whether or not he can get himself all the way worked up at home, I'm not too sure, but you wouldn't know it. He raced race day, handling it very well. Has shown good speed in both of his trials, so expecting to be not too far off it, but whatever he does here, he'll certainly improve off.
Headbanger, the second of the Waterhouse and Bot train runners, Tyler Schiller on board, $7 at present.
Thank you for answering the question I was just going to ask you, Ben, which was, of course, Regan Bayless and Hieronymus not here, and Tyler Schiller takes them out. Nice filly. She's got plenty of natural speed. I thought she had more natural speed, perhaps, than the favourite Chicama, but she'll jump, she'll roll from where she's drawn. If she can get across without spending the petrol, she's a nice stroller girl. I just worried that last little bit against these pretty smart horses. I noticed that she's been kept to the real short courses for the trial.
Yeah, she's got a lot of size and scope about her. She is a half to Semignon who finished, or who won at kindergarten actually, so she's really nice bred. I thought she showed really nice toe out of the gate. She's looks to do everything spot on. She's got a bit of a task with the draw, but there's nothing wrong with her brain. She bred quite nicely. Again, one to follow out of the race for sure.
Sylph now retaking favouritism here, $3.10. Tommy Berry, Michael Friedman. So a good battle at the head of the market.
Well, James McDonald rode in the latest trial. If you look at the first trial and the second trial, both nice trials over the short course. James was trying to look to get out of I think what he thought was new patch and better grass. She got a little bit lost out there and she just wanted to lug that a little bit. But once she just switched the persuader from the left to the right, she kind of, I love how she quick. They ran real good sectionals and she gets the ideal setup today where there's good natural speed and she might be able to just tuck it behind them.
Well, I fancied her on Saturday actually, but they scratched her and opted to come here instead. Probably a bit more suitable race for her. She's a half to Booker and a half to Benquo, so really nicely bred. You'd think she'd been here and done it many times before. She seems pretty casual. I heard Tommy speaking of her, saying she's very versatile the way she can do anything with her. So that was good enough for me. She's just a real neat, compact filly. Looks fantastic. Can certainly see why she is one of our more favourite runners, and you'd give her the absolute tick from the yard.
Okay, and the outsider of the field is She's a Diva. Can you mount any case for this horse at 150 to 1?
I can't, but I tell you what, Mitch and Desiree do a great job with the horses out here. And you look at the horses she's run into. I know she's been well beat, but she ran into Rivellino, Watson, and then Rivellino within the law. She's running some pretty handy races. Now she comes back home. This girl, she's tried well, but it's a tough ask.
She left the yard early. She was getting a bit of a bump herself. She had the pony with her. I remember her from last preparation, and you're right, she did go on. These are pretty handy races. Neat little filly, but this is a tough race.
A little more than 2.5 minutes out here from our first event. Adrian Bott's been good enough to join me. They've got a couple of runners in this, including the fancy Chicama first up from a break. What do you expect?
Look, he's really nice, Cole. Very talented, which we didn't see from his first start on debut. But he's come back much more mature this time around, much more forward in his work and his trials. So really pleased with him coming in today. Did just get a little bit warm, a little bit on the toes, just getting back to the races here in the yard. But other than that, he presents in good shape. I do think there's a lot of upside with him.
Okay, as for the baby, we haven't seen anything of. Headbanger, what do you expect?
Yeah, nice forward fielder. She's put in a couple of good trials this preparation. She did trial last time and just didn't wasn't quite ready to go to the races, but she's matured nicely. Expect a nice forward debut from her.
Okay, all on track for Vauban and Alicante on the weekend?
Yeah, can't wait for the weekend. A little bit of rain around, which I'm sure won't. Both those chances will be pleased with that. Alicante's come through a run on Saturday in really good shape. She's ready for the backup, ready for the 2 miles, and Vauban, I thought's been in terrific order since his last start. So I can't wait to see him step out at Randwick.
I can't wait. Good luck here.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Adrian. Let's get to Shani for her pick of the yard. Who caught your eye, Shani?
Tensil, I was really taken just by her demeanour, just so professional, did everything spot on. And Headbanger was another one that I didn't mind. She's certainly fit forward, ready to go. And of course, Grand Eagle, who I loved from what we could find.
Seems like the money's coming for that Headbanger. I've gone 10-4-1-2. I like Sylph as well. Shani, it's been well back late, this filly.
on debut. So Tommy Berry for Michael Freeman. 4, Chikama. I thought they were the two really only winning chances, and then Telling and Grand Eagle. But 10 and 4, that's where I settled around the whole time.
All right, so we're about a minute out here, Anthony, as we head to you. $2.80 now, about the 10. Sylph has regained favouritism, and that's been a good push late. $3.30 first thing today, now $2.70 as I speak. Chikama trimmed to that $3.30. But is the money with tap fixed odds reflecting what we're seeing with the fluctuations there?
And, all the late money is with Sylph, so as much as $3.30 when you guys were doing your preview, now $2.70. And on the other hand, Chikama, who did touch favouritism, or at worst equal favourite, back out to $3.80. Headbangers a $6 chance, Grand Eagles at 9 and Tillings at 11. But all the money is with the 10. Let's get to Darren for the first at Hawkesbury.
And she really broke out in a muck lather of sweat, Chikama. She moves in now, and Telling is one of the last to go in. Good luck, Paraseat, and Paris has been with the Hawkesbury Club for the last 2 years or so and is moving on. And the club certainly thank Paris for her efforts over the last few years. All the money for Sylph here in the opener. Chikama has been a big drifter, and the starter about to release the field. Chikama drawn wider out, and they're off now. And Chikama just jumped left a little bit at the start. Headbanger on the outside led pretty well. And Headbanger is going to the lead from She's a Diva in the early part. Buckeye on the scene, and Sponar's quickly improving along the rails. Three favourites are back in the field, followed by Telling, then came Grand Eagle. And deep out there is Chikama. And Sylph is the last one, about 6 or 7 off the lead, and racing pretty keenly as well. So Headbanger takes the lead, way 2 on She's a Diva. Then Sponners, followed by Buckeye. Chikama trying to improve the outside from Grand Eagle Telling, and Sylph sees them all. Into the straight, and Headbanger shows the way. Has been supported as well, Headbanger, and been quietly ridden at the 300 metres from She's a Diva. Chikama the outside. Grand Eagle's taking an inside runner. And now Sylph is starting to wind up on the outside under the stick. Headbanger shows the way. Grand Eagle moved up to it. Grand Eagle's running out a little bit, but takes the lead late. Grand Eagle from Headbanger, and Grand Eagle beat Headbanger. Close up the outside, Chikama. Then Sylph, she took a while to wind up, was pretty keen early. Further back to She's a Diva. Then came Telling from Buckeye, and Sponner dropped out to finish conspicuous last.
Oh, Grand Eagle, Natural Willer gets there. A day off to a winning start. Ryan and Alexiou pick up a winner. And, oh, that was a fantastic win. When you consider they've taken the blinkers off, was able to be ridden that little bit calmly by Nash. She got a dream run through, maybe 1-2 horses off the fence. Nothing wrong with that part of the going, while the rest were looking 3-4 horses off. He's been able to get a saloon passage through and kick clear in the end. Headbanger has stuck on gamely there, up on speed. At the point of the turn, I think that's the horse you wanted to be on. Ultimately bumped into one a bit too good. Chikama stuck on okay, and Sylph, well, you were panicking early there, Richie, because when you're settling last on what looked a moderate-ish tempo, it was always going to be tough.
Yeah, I think for Sylph and also Chikama, I was terrified after they'd gone 50 metres to see I just never envisaged that. But Headbanger, yeah, that's what I thought on the turn. But Grand Eagle, what you said was right, Ben. The blinkers coming off just a little bit quieter, back to the 1100, and just enabled him to go through his gears. He settled. Unlike the favourite Chikama at the circle, Nash found room back towards the inside, still off the inside fence, underneath Headbanger here. And I tell you what went good. She's a Diva's run 5th, that's massive odds.
Yeah, nice run, and maybe one worth following there, but yet another winner, and by that, Siren Farnan, who goes from strength to strength, 3 in the slipper, and he looks to have another handy one here in Grand Eagle. Well played.
Thank you. He's always shown good ability. Probably through no fault of Josh's, we probably just tried to force something from his first couple of starts. Just went back to the drawing board, rated quiet, give a chance to hit the line. He's won well.
Was that the trick behind the gear change as well, taking those blinkers off to maybe just calm it down that little bit?
Yeah, well, obviously he ran off the track there at Warwick Farm his first start. We put the shades on just to try and help him straighten him up and concentrate on things a bit better. And it just sort of backfired. Obviously, he was sort of at his top the whole race, and then last Erland's normally his best. So, Nash had a real patient race on him today, and he was got through the line.
Okay, so when you have a colt in and running well at this time of year, where do your attentions turn?
Look, we'll just see how he pulls up now. He's had quite a big prep. If he comes through this race well, we might think about one more, but you know, it could be a horse with a good break might improve a lot into a spring campaign.
Lovely. We look forward to seeing him again. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Sterling Alexiou there. 2, 9, 4 and 10. So the margins 1 1/4. He's put a fair gap on them there, and I'm sure Nash is going to give a positive appraisal for that turn of foot, because they had to overhaul the leader, who looked to get a nice run in transit and did so easily. So 1 1/4 by a short head. The time 102.81 and the last 16:33.79. As we get chatty with Nash.
I know you haven't sat on his back before, but they changed a few things up. Blinkers off, rode him quiet. It was a nice dominant win.
Look, I knew him. I hadn't worked a few times. His horse has always shown a lot of talent. I think probably been his undoing a little bit, because he just through his own tenacity, he's been sort of leaving himself a bit empty late and doing a little few things wrong too. Still is, but put the eye on there minutes ago. I loved it today. He got to show his turn of foot, cut him straight down out.
In preparation for the day to run this filling, the rest of those, though, we got to see her work.
All right, this is Sandown. 10 is getting tailed.
That is the mountain yard for the first of 8 on Wednesday afternoon, and tick over 4 minutes to scheduled start time. Dave's 3 more to Sullivan. Can we kick off the day with a winner? Tim, my confidence is about as high as Manly's defence in the second half on Sunday against a Storm, mate, but I haven't decided with Oak from now on. I thought the jump out's been quite good. It's an even race, and even though some others in the market, Santa and Amoon, the right to go to the start around first week, sports bet dropping was better at the point. You can tell if others are not selling, telling me they're around a minute to have the head. It's better to spend the six chance. Such a side of the week for that. Could be the game for
Obviously, topic to start out the day here, Baker's Bend. I thought he presented an excellent one. It looks like he's just built the speed this fellow, whereas a couple of the other horses that have been well prepared, it wouldn't surprise me if they want to get up over a little bit further as they progress into their campaign. This guy looks like quite a short horse. There's plenty of power behind him. His terrain was great. Obviously, he will have learned a fair bit from his first start. I'll be expecting him to run very well. So, pick of the yard for race 1 is the one. Thanks for your time, as always, Will. Santa and Amoon, how's the combat this I know that he was just a little bit tense in the yard, just breaking out and then finding a bit of a sweat. Is that pretty normal behaviour for him from what you see from him at home?
Yeah, definitely. It's very high energy horse. Something's probably bred to get a bit further. It's a bit spice to it, but
What would be plan A for Ben for that inside game, considering he may be a horse with a bit of work in progress that wants a bit further, but I'm not quite sure if his runners will allow it.
Yeah, just didn't want to overcomplicate it for him. Just to come out and still the horse sort of backed up, trying to be there and just get it wrong. So, just come out and still see how the race evolves.
If that, good luck.
Thank you. All right, good to hear the thoughts of Will Larkin regarding one of the candidates. It's the event centre and the striking run. So, what about the feedback from your perspective? A couple of unknowns with the 2 debutants. Keep the speed to have some, maybe that is some of them. It's more like a start point. Well, you want to sort yourself out pretty early. What are you going to do? It's not the longest runs to that first bend on the low side course. That's their start points that are down the back that is sort of most of their bed takers to be. Santa Moon did show speed on day 2. I thought it was slow away from the car. The big other horse is jumping up. She's like, it's right through the way outside. Actually, from another horse, jumped out $6 extra touching behind it. Out of me,
to get a nice run finish. He's not here. He does sort of get the signal, so that side of the ring is the first one along, man. We'll start outside. It's a huge amount of tempo. It's a straightforward balance, really. It's what we need to place that. But given we've got in there, it comes in. Quite a place for family. We haven't been right under
Lewis to Sandown. 2 is where? There's no 2. One. Welcome back, Lewis.
Just about ready. Let's see. First race on the card, 1200. Stand by. Ready to go. Stand around for the barrier line, jump away well. There's the middle of the track, line, the back showing through. So the lead early, so there's a line of the back from Shannon to the outside, as hell as the stand right of Don't let line between horses, Sky to an out by, for the length away, make it bend, Ocean Valley was last of all, but they're still quite tight in tact, so they hit towards that top corner on the left side. 800 metres to go, with Shannon to it goes up the outside, but the nose, the line, the back side, the hill, look to the heart, tell them he's getting the control. Sakurana moving to the inside out line for Scott into the back bed. And last in the Ocean Valley, they come around the corner. After the 25, the line is about the Shannon to line into the heart, the Talon he comes out pretty wide. Sakurana moving the inside of the room behind it, extra cutting away from the land too. And then Ocean down around line at the pressure baby's bed. A lot of the back, they reach the 250, just in front of the shallow turn. Sakurana is still coming on and baby bed from a long way back as well. With about 100 metres to go, the line the back to win by Sakurana move. Sakurana move into the front, through 3 quarters of the length in front out. Sakurana move.
4.
Photo. Again, the field alive the back. Getting tired, Shannon to the television didn't come on. Getting taken out by the televisions. Sakurana move. Let's take it out of the first double 4, the lead on Troy George to the blue line by Bettor. Sitting predicted for Barry on the one didn't have to do much work. The big question is getting off the fence. And the top of the straight, the horse on the outside is the second favourite, the television also not mine. And goes down around, it's a bit of an opportunity to get off the fence. Once it did, it has run on by, it leaves the line of the back and turn high. And then kind of stayed off all the breeze. Very nice seconds swing out wide, but it is very good. And also open up. It was underneath, Sky to the ready to between split and south. It'll run 4 goes 4 and a very close focus. It was a first race. And it best that it's past the body winner. I'm sure it's no promotion Malaro on the inside.
Those. Welcome back, those.
Thank you, Matty, for congratulations.
3 was the neutral. It did not win with that kind of a advert.
With his progression, but no result yet. No result.
Didn't get the job done.
Saw the photo,
So great first, just funny and all this rest of the way, just classic routine.
4-1-9 and
Yeah, it was very well.
4-1-9. We have been doing what they're doing.
4, 1, 9, and 10. So the 4 was the favorite. It went through 1, was there. 9 came in and 10. 3, 6 both failed. 5 definitely, if 6 fails, 5 will not get in. And if 3 fails, 7 will not get in. So that happened. So 4, 1, 9 and 10. $65.52. This one did not work. This one did not work. 1200 meters. All right, we'll take a look at the next one. Seven runners. 3125. I'll be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
Thank you. Post-race now interview, copy. Nah, we've got nothing. It's all right, though. I messaged my boss. He said just call the races, you know. He said just call the races. Check your.
All right, I'm back. Azhar, welcome back. Ipswich.
Barons, or is it his knee? Could be both.
You're right now though, so The event, we'll just have a look at Yishay, who
Maybe a bit on the fresh side, Maxie.
possibly drawn in gate number 5. Geez, he could pull hard, this horse. He's got a soft mouth there. One day in town, he was almost uncontrollable. So hopefully he does everything right and runs a good race as we await the mare Dazzling Diamond to be loaded. She got a deserving victory last start at the Sunshine Coast.
She did indeed. All right, here's David for the call.
Yeah. They make another attempt at Yishay. Broadcast. Thank you. So Yishay has been vetted and cleared to run. That news is coming through. And now they're all in and ready to jump as Dazzling Diamond has gone up. There's the red light. 1,100 metres the distance. Starter holding them. Still no break. Racing now. The roughie Taradale came out last, but apart from that, it was a very even line out. Little Rex and Jen Chickboom, they've got the best speed now already. He fires through on the inside to join that pair. Lehman's Lenny fourth away. Caxon Lass will balance up in fifth. Then Dazzling Diamond, followed by Doyle, who's caught a bit deep. Then at the heavy on Yishay off the track, Taradale, Territory Ash out towards the tail, and Duchess Breed 3 off last. Down the side towards the 600, Ready rails through and kicks out Little Rex. Jen Chickboom just behind them in third, but 3 deep. And Lehman's Lenny's even wider. 4 deep coming to the turn. Caxon Lass all curled up. Right in behind Ready, and Ready to strike into enough. Territory Ash hugging the rail. Then came Taradale, Duchess Breed. Well back was Doyle and Yishay. Ready leads for home. Caxon Lass trying to come off the fence. Jen Chickboom still there and putting in. And then Lehman's Lenny and Dazzling Diamond wider. Ready under full pressure. Going by Jen Chickboom. Lehman's Lenny came and Jen Chickboom. Lehman's Lenny forged clear late. And it's Lehman's Lenny from Jen Chickboom. Dazzling Diamond. Caxon Lass up for 4. Really hit a brick wall over the last 50 metres. Then came Taradale running on, Duchess Breed, followed by Doyle, Yishay, Territory Ash, and Little Rex whipped them in.
So Lehman's Lenny has been able to get up and score from Jen Chickboom, Dazzling Diamond, and Caxton Lass. Back in 4th place, Lehman's Lenny, trained by Scott Morrissey, written by Bailey Wheeler. In pink colours, yellow cap, yellow sash has got there. So the placings are 2, 8, 10 and 6. Lehman's Lenny. Only other victory was, might have been his first start in the Gold Coast on the synthetic track. Won really impressively. He hasn't been able to win since then, but...
Right, here is the second one. If you look through the odds, it's 3125. Now this is the pinnacle of mixed sex. There are colts, there are geldings, fillies, and there is a rig. This is the pinnacle of mixed sex. They've put in everything. The only thing that is not here is a donkey. So that 3 is the favorite, which has no races, and the 3 is favorite. It's well within the rails, but the 3 is the favorite. 2 is the linear, but they're kind of... So the difference here, the 4 was 65, then it was 19. So it translated to almost nothing. Here it is 63, but it is 91. So this one is... so this was actually the pressure, which is 65, like this one is 75, but it translates to 542. So that was out of question. This was the linear. And here it was 65, but it translates to 19. here it is 63, but it translates to 91, and it has only one race. Plus they are also like that. It is not a very reliable team. This one is the 5. It has one race. This looks like it doesn't. I don't know whether I mean this as 1300 meter. This has to be a really good horse, which I don't know whether it is. It's in, definitely it is in one of the best hands here. That's for sure. It is one of the best hands. 3 is the favorite, which is the Gilding. It's the same thing. It doesn't have any races, but has a lot of pressure. Is it in good hands? Moderately good hands. It also has a good jockey. Probably the best jockey on 3. I think that's the reason it went as a favorite. But that's too much of an expectation from that. The 1 is a rig. I have never, I mean, in my entire life, I have never gone with a rig in my entire life. These are very difficult animals to handle. It's got one race, but looking at the scenario, this probably is in the best position, that rig. But it is a rig. It's 58, but translates to 14. All right, so that's it's the same thing. It looked 65, but translates to 19. This looks 58, but translates to 14. So that's that part of the story. Is it within the rails? Yes, it is the second linear. So that 1 is quite capable of delivering, but it's a rig. So that's out of question. Now let's look at the other points where we can try and take a look. So this one is another Gilding. That's more pressure than this one. 7 is 89. It's definitely better than this. That's a filly. And this is a colt. So out of all this circus that is going on, 3 is the favorite. Okay, but it has no races. It has a pressure less than the 6. 6 has one race, but a little more pressure than this one. Translates to this. It is also in a good hand, and this probably is the outer drift, the largest outer drift. So I don't know what will happen with 3. That's something I could kick. This is a wild goose chase. If that the 3 is the favorite, it has no races on a 1300 meter. With that is difficult. It has a good jockey. That's all. It has a good jockey. If the jockey delivers, the jockey delivers. But that horse has no races, so there's no evaluation on that horse. Coming to this rig, that rig is a dangerous one, because that's pressure. This translates to nothing, but this is a rig. I will not go with a rig, so I will stay out. Chances are enormous, but honestly speaking, out of all this, I like 7 and 6. They're reasonable. Both of them are reasonable. This is a 2-year-old filly, but they're not within the rails, so there's a lack of physics. Though it is a 1300 meter, but they lack physics in multiple ways. This is a second horse pool. I mean, that's generally how it works. The linear has to win for this one to deliver. Now, that's the linear. The linear has one race. It doesn't look like. I don't know if that'll work. That's not, because the rig has way more relaxation than this one, and so I don't know. That's a rig. So if that's a rig, and if that doesn't deliver, then I cannot. I am not able to find confidence on this one. The two. It's got one race. These all have they all have one races, and that's a huge amount of pressure on these horses. So I don't have, especially with that management, I kind of not in a very thing. This is a lot to carry out, wherein this is less. This has been to a league. This tried to get into a league. The 5. It's in good hands. It's an EW, but I don't know. I'm not going to get into it. For 2 reasons, I don't know if this will work. It's a maiden, and I'd like to stay out. It is a maiden. This is the linear, and that's a lot of pressure. One, this rig has advantage, but it's a rig. And the ones that I like, they kind of far from the rails. So it's going to be difficult. I'm not going to get into a rig or that kind of a pressure. The 5 is an EW. Maybe it will come second, third, fourth, or something. But the 3 has no races, and it is a favorite. If that wins, if the jockey delivers, then the jockey delivers. I will not race jockey. So that will not happen. Out. Hawkesbury. PC, welcome back. 1.
More freshness in his legs, so should be able to put it to play today.
And the key is to get a nice smother.
Yeah, like set break, it's got 2 options.
Big bet.
The favourite there, if it wants to jump and take the lead, just take a set. Don't want to get into a battle for that. But if he's comfortable up front, then he can go forward.
Love it. And jockeys love having options too. Good luck to you. Hopefully we're chatting post race. Let's get Shani for her pick of the yard. Who is it, Shani?
Thanks, Ben. The 2 fillies down the bottom really caught my eye, and I struggled to pick between 8 and 9. I'm going to go with Couples Retreat because I've seen her before. I've seen a lot of her, actually. She's ready to go at all. She rated beautifully, as did Tequila Baby. The more I looked at her, the more I was taken by her. So they're my 2, 8 and 9.
My tips, Ben, on them now. Is that you're in charge? I'd love them. Okay. This is my best of the day. 8 Couples Retreat. Give a sheet. Shenny, give it the tick. 8137 Couples Retreat. Use a pin. Insist, and now is the hour.
You done?
Done, Ben.
Nice. So typically we would head to Anthony now, but I wanted to quickly touch on the arrows. A little bit Enriched is sitting there. I didn't ask the old camera about Enriched because I was a little bit worried about time. But now that we have some spare time, I loved the run last time out. They were pretty taken with it as well. Bumped into an exceptionally handy filly. But that looks anybody's race. The arrow for what?
Looks anybody's race, yeah?
No, just one.
Autumn Blow. Autumn Blow's a Monty.
Monty.
Good. And then the 3 place chances, if you want to know, in my opinion, of public attention, Enriched and Imperial Force Big Odds. I'm going around for
So you can have Enriched running into a drum for them.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely. But Autumn Blow, I'm telling you, she She hasn't got the Group 1 like Treasure at the moment, or like Lady Shenandoah, or like Eliana. If you could take one horse home out of those four, I'd take one Autumn Glow.
Can you order them for us? Because we got Brad to do this the other day, and he had Autumn Glow on top. Well, I had Treasure at the moment on top. But give us your order at this stage, and we'll hold you accountable after 6 months.
Autumn Glow on the top. No, but see, then because if I do it, I can leave it there. I get accused of being biased to Sydney because I'm going to put the Victorian fourth.
Treasure at the moment, 4.
PC following you.
That's fine. Shani's involved without a microphone. We'll learn how TV works soon, Shani. There you go. Tell us. She's a stayer, so that's minus points, is it? Or
Well,
she's going to struggle to build the resume of the others. But anyway, we've got a race 30 seconds out. We'll discuss this throughout the course of the day because I know it has been a big talking point in
Let's go.
around homes. And if Autumn Glow comes out and puts them away, as Richie's suspecting, maybe we should be betting up nice and early now. $2.25, about our favourite here, Anthony.
Probably like 225. That is as short as Couples Retreat has been throughout betting. I haven't seen a shorter price than that. So they've latched onto this favourite in race number 2, best back.
Let's go, bro.
Moving up to the outside draw. One for the outside, Tequila Baby.
One.
He's the last to move in, so Tequila Baby trots in.
Bring it in,
Eagle on the
baby.
first, going past the leader, Headbanger. And Chikama, who is back in the field and wound up in the 3rd spot. Ready now? This is race 2 and the gates are back and they're off and racing here. Tequila Baby led pretty swiftly from the wide draw. Together with Iona Benz, and they slog out the early lead. Couples Retreat will plonk in the 3rd, followed by Insist, 2 lengths to use a pinner. And now at the hour is the last one. So Iona Benz on the rails, a narrow leader from Tequila Baby. Couples Retreat, 1 off the fence, 3rd on the outside of Insist. Then came Use a Pinner. And now as the hour is the last one, about 4 lengths off the leader. So it's Iona Benz held together by a rope, a half in front to Tequila Baby. Then came Insist on the inside of the well-supported favourite Couples Retreat. Now is the hour of the fence. And last of all is Use the Pin as they straighten.
Dude.
Iona Benz and
Dude.
Tequila Baby. Iona Benz is off the bridle.
Do it.
Couples Retreat stoked up on the outside.
Come on.
Insist now is the hour and Use a Pin and starting to lengthen with a good run down the outside. As to
Oh, yes. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Tequila Baby, 2 lengths clear from Couples Retreat. Use the
No.
Pin and Tequila Baby. Way too good.
9.
Big Couples Retreat. I think Insist the inside may have clung on to 3rd in front of Use a Pin wide out. And now is the hour. And Iona Benz ran out of gas. And
That jock was a moron, PC.
And the pretty dominant up-on-speed performance from the horse number 9 in Tequila Baby. First up for Brad Widdop, Zach Waddick claiming
He should have pressed the button at the 600-meter mark at that Hawkesbury.
impressive win. The 8's Couples Retreat absolutely looked to have its chance. Ultimately bumped into one a little bit too good here. But
He's not lazy, he's a criminal.
just maybe came a little bit early there. And 1100 might be asking a bit much, as we suspected. Wide. What's the fastest one race? Beat 5.
I'm out of this. There's a rig. There are colds.
Just there.
you think based on his pedigree, he's going to get better as he matures and potentially gets up over a little bit further as well. But he's a lovely looking horse who's been turned out beautifully. His coat's in impeccable order. So the stable have done their job. You'd think that with the benefit of having one start last week, that will try and get a little bit.
Another big trick there on debut was 7 Queen of Concern with the Silent Zara. Declan Bates retains the ride. And ended up running really well. $75. Out of the man lanes star, so bit of a fucking name in there. It was a great late season 2-year-old race to the extended trip, 1,300 metres.
Yeah, he should have been. He should have pressed the button at the 600-meter marker. He was waiting for God knows what.
Mentally, we still want to get back here. She sold out.
That's a very difficult task. Jockeys thinking and figuring out that thought, that's a mammoth task. jockey thinking and then figuring out what they are thinking.
Real to be nicely on that you have the straight doesn't have a designated leader outside of Warrior Smile. He could bounce back up on top of it.
This is a nice race with a lot of really nice horses. It's only a small field, but I saw a fair bit of quality here. Found it a little bit difficult to separate a couple. I think I would let it be on my front. I just wanted to separate this fairly focused today.
That rig has a lot of advantage, but 7. I like that 7 PC, but it is far from the rails. Plus, it is a disastrous team, PC. It's a disastrous team. They're like 57% downdrift. They don't deliver, PC. I like that 7. That's why I stayed out. I like the 7 and the 6 both. The 3 is getting tailed. This horse has no races. It has one of the best jockeys.
Maybe a nice horse for the future in today's
Talk us through the 5 years ago with the horses that Nelson was in. I think it breeds quite a big strong horse. Is it more than that advantage to his body type?
Yeah, big strong horse. And look, his attitude wasn't too bad, but I felt that it's going to be a horse that
Azar 4. 4 also has no races. Huge pressure on that horse. More than the 4, I think I like the 5. But it's a bad one. It's a terrible one. It's a mixed sex of the highest pinnacle. If there was a certification on who can do the best mixed sex races, this would have taken the cake. There are colts, geldings, fillies, and a rig. One ball, 2 balls, no balls. That's a rig. It looks good. It is supposed to look good. But that's a very difficult animal. Yeah, the one has a lot of advantage. That rig has a lot of advantage. But it's a rig. I don't know if it'll deliver. And the jockey will be able to handle that thing. Jockey is the problem on the one. Jockey is the problem. There is a lot of advantage. I mean, there's a thing like, you know, decoys. If you're looking at performances, there's a weakness. If you're looking at advantages, there's a disadvantage. If you're looking at a jockey, then there is a jockey challenge. Then the list goes on. It's a never-ending list. There's always a decoy. 5 went through. I'm on a bad streak. No, Lewis, it's okay. You just need a little time. You do very well. It's just that times things don't work. You seen yesterday. Yesterday was where is that rig? The rig is not there. The rig will not run. 5 went through. 5. Oh, there comes the rig. 5. 5-1. 5-1. Finally, 5-1. Did you have 5? Yes. 5-1. 5-1. 5-1, and then what? PC, I told you that's a dysfunctional team, PC. I liked it so much, but that's a dysfunctional team. Now Lewis is charged up. So you see that I like the 7 and the 6 both. Okay, 7 was good. It's not a bad horse. Like, it's 89. That's 91. This should have gotten, but there is this advantage here with the rig. I did not want to go with the rig. And this was a 57 downdrift. So what are we left with? Five one. 5162. So 5 went through. It was in the best hands. 1 was the rig, which was with the advantage. 7 could have gotten in if they had a little better management. 6 went through because of the pressure and the management. And anyway, it is the larger outer drift. And then finally the 2, which was the linear with that pressure. Take a look at what's going on. 3. 8 has been scratched. Three 162. It switch.
All up, he's had 5 starts, a win and 3 placings. He won first up beating Casper Nova last prep. And then before going for the break, he ran second to Invincible Shield, beating 1.8. He could be a star in Hong Kong, Invincible Shield. So it's proper form, isn't it? But so I'll just stick with my original selections. Number 12, Pocket Money, who's been weak in the market, 380 to 480. I think 20 cents to $4.60. So here she is, number 12. Not easy to do, winning your maiden, but she looked good at Eagle Farm, going up to a maiden, rather a Class 1 maiden plate. She has been a little bit sneaky, guys.
She knows what's going on today. She's like, I know what happened last time.
Yes, yeah. And she sailed home down the outside, so I'm just going to hope more than anything else that she can handle this rising grade. Etude, number 11. Then I've got 6 Edition and number 3 Preeminence. But the way they might as well not even run this race. I think it's got number 3 on the board already.
Well, you don't know that, Maxie. It hasn't been yet, but hope they get a lead on that girl over there. It's always a bit dangerous leading a horse by the rein. One hard pullback and they're gone, Maxie. Here we go. No, he hasn't brought a lead with him. They'll get on to it. Here comes someone with a lead. That'll fix it. With the favourite, Preeminence. He looks magnificent here today.
In no hurry though, Bernie.
With the lead. It's not, sort of looks like the paramedics when they're getting out there. Right? You just think, could you move a little bit? Come on now. You might be going to lead the jockey back on, is he? I'm not sure. Back to Preeminence, yeah, great parade. And even that race, he came out on first up, and he's a big, gross-looking fellow there as well. You had Sir Joe, Winston Star, and he just felt the pinch late. Surprise Honey was the winner. So it was a much better bunch of horses than what he meets here today. He's stripped fitter. He's had about actually 8 weeks in between runs. But he looks fitter here today, that's for sure. 3 kilos and a good draw. Let's hope everything goes right for him. 5 Spartus, he's got the drifts. Nobody likes him. 5's out to 850 now, but he will be one of the leaders here for sure. Bella Fair is a roughie that I'm putting in the mix with blinkers going on without a trial. And Gold Fever, I think it's over the price. I could also like a Tudor money there as well. Let's get to Anthony for Market Update.
Preeminence, best back to you, Bernie. So 270 into 240 in the last 6 or 8 minutes. Very well backed. Pocket Money out to 480, and as you mentioned,
DC 5 in.
and
It's
Spartus, hard horses delay. $7 a tune, $8.50 about Spartus. All the money's with the 3 Preeminence.
Let's have a look at him. Oh, he's in the barriers. He did draw barrier 2, so if it has started to load, he's probably already away. He's number 3. Let's have a look at the bigger picture here behind the barriers. There he's in, is he? Did he come into 2, Maxie? Let me have it. Oh, yeah, he's in barrier 2. He's loaded, standing up there and behaving himself, just getting a little tower down. Don't put your nose up there. He's got a big white face. He's pretty easy to find in the run. There is Bella Fair. There's Innocent for her. You know, she's a big price.
Yeah, she's only at 1 start for a win.
looking at the market, but there hasn't been a trial for us. Probably jump out.
How's the blinkers go on today as well?
Just watching today. Sparta's a speedy, jumping up from the 800 metre win here. He's always shown some ability. I think he might have had a few good
It's a bit
issues.
drift for a last start winner of Gollins, isn't it?
Yeah. But he's 3-year-old. Yeah. That's good to get the market. Tony's also got Audition returning here. She's been trialling well.
I thought she looked great.
Forward in the trial, the other one back a little bit.
Yeah.
So, I don't know, Tony's always had some opinion of her Audition. Didn't think it'd take that long for her to win her mate, but she got it out of the way. She returned here in this class 1. So,
Slow process this loading today.
it is preeminence, $2.40 and possibly bottoms out at that. Unless there's another wave of support to come through as we have this delay. I was still betting we're a couple of minutes after the advertised starting time.
David's going to be standing in there for some time by the time the load this lot up. Are they having trouble with the tube still? Yes, I think she was troublesome last start from memory.
Yeah, we're doing that. She's just milling around behind the start. Here's Jack Spurn. Alcalo, disposed.
He has got one winner and disposed. I'm not sure.
I don't know who's right.
What was the problem? Bill or
I'm not sure, but he had another good ride a little bit later that we need a jockey for. Express Payment.
oh yeah, $2.10 favourite
Yeah, so
from the Rob Heathcote
I
stable.
might just go and see if we can get an update for that particular horse. Jared, have we got a jockey for Express Payment? Sorry. Jack Bayless has picked up the ride. He'll be the favourite a little later, Bernie.
Express Payment, radio, Jake Bayless. That's race number 8, horse number 2. All right, I think we might just get upstairs to David Fowler. He's got a bird's eye view of what is going on behind the barriers. Here's David.
Here's Jack's Beaton coming up. That leaves Spartus and Gold Fever to complete the line. 2 out. Quite a time to get these runners in. We're down only -4 minutes. 700 metres. Spartus goes up, speedy toe. Gold Fever will be the last one to move in. Gold Fever goes up. And now they're all locked and loaded, ready for race 5. At the halfway mark, race 5 of 10. Started the ladder, ready to release them. Those Gold Fever not still in. Long, slow process, Gold Fever. They make another attempt. Drawn off the track. Backs away at the last moment. Just waiting on Gold Fever to play the game. All clear signal, we'll know we're right to go. That light will come on. There it is. Ready to break now. There's the line. Racing. Jumped in a good line. The favourite Preeminence, one of the first to go, but Spartus might have superior speed. No. Preeminence drives up to keep Spartus out. Bellafair third away. Emerging soon after the start was Pocket Money up to 4th and 5th, and Reba the Boys up in the leading division. They're going hard. Addition worse than midfield inside of Jack's Boom, followed then by Ichu third last, Darnalik second last, and Gold Fever is last. Down the side towards the 600, Preeminence and a strong gallop. Led Spartus by a long neck, 2 to Reba the Boy third. Bellafair in 4th and Pocket Money. She should relish this tempo. Then came Addition, Jack's Boom, Ichu, Dana Leak and Gold Fever at the tail. On the turn, 300 left to run. Preeminence has done it hard all the way. Can it burn the candle at both ends? Sparta's trying to battle on. Pocket Money's only stalling for the moment. Then Reba the Ball in Addition getting him out of work. She'll run home quick. Is Preeminence vulnerable? Addition is jumping out of the ground. Preeminence is gone. Addition race to the lead. Some from the back, but Addition first. Now, Miners, Gold Fever, and
6.
Blue there in a camera. Darnley not too far away. And Preeminence stopped badly the last part after going quickly. No run off from Pocket Money, and then came Spartus, Ring with the More. Jack's Boom and Bellafair is last.
Well, Edition hasn't mucked around this time, Bernie. Straight on the board, first up after a couple of very encouraging barrier trials, and she wasn't really fancy, just held in the market at around about $9.
Yeah, hot speed suited though. You know what? She might be better over a shorter trip.
Okay, this is the third one. It's a benchmark 64. Okay, so if we look at the odds, that's 3, 1, 6, and 2. And if we look through the rails, that's 3, 1, 6, and here is 2. Okay, 3 is the linear. It's not only a league horse, but it has ran in the Group 1 races. The pressure is suitable for this one, and it's 59% 3 out of 8 races. So that's pretty much the winner. That should deliver. They are in good hands. There's no problem with that. The only problem is the jockey, which I think it shouldn't be a problem because it's a dedicated jockey. And so that's and it's a 1400 meters, so jockey will not matter. So 3 pretty much is in. If 3 is in, then we look at the largest outer drift, which is the 2. They are also tailing gates, so that should work. And then finally 1. 1 is also in very good hands. So, but that's in no comparison with this one or this one. So this is physics that will play. This is the linear, and that is just advantage and the hands. The other thing which is there is the 6 with a lot of advantage. So, but it's in a very good hands. It's in a very good hand in terms of jockey. It has one of the best jockeys, but it's a 1400 meter. This should play the physics. We are at a 400 meter straight. So that thing is there, but if it actually plays the right thing, then the fourth one should be 4. The fourth one should be 4 if it actually plays right. So 6, 3 definitely is in. 2 is the larger drift. Fabulous delivery on this advantage, and this is there with the hands. So 3, 2, 1.
Came on permissible, shall have music. Third last 7 off the leader, and Gendarme now is hooked the wide.
All that we need to take a look at is the 3 not getting tailed. If that gets tailed, then it'll be a mess and I'll be out.
Too true, then
It's a 3-year-old filly.
Gendarme's running on, but still a long way off them. Ciala now hit the lead late. Ciala 2 clear from Toes and Storm. Gendarme's flashing when it might be all over. Ciala needs the post. Oh, goodness me. I'm not sure, Ciala or Tozen Storm, who took a big
Murray.
long dive at it. Then Mickey Tango, Jet Dami, I'm Permissible. The next one, Shall Have Music, All Too True. So Monica, Always Bold, Enciphering. Then came behind those
Five.
the Vultures, Dot to Dot. It's not time, mate. The five's going to get it here behind John Tozen Storm. We spoke about Andrew Stead last week in California. He has not been to the races as a jockey since, I reckon it was 2013 in Darwin. And his last winner was, ironically, on a Michael Hickmott trained galloper. And he's nailed a Michael Hickmott trained galloper right on the line for Gallopage.
Tozen Storm was sets out very short in early markets. He's ripped out significantly, but he's given Andrew Stead a real big welcome back present by diving late. Sienna looked like she had the race in her keeping from the 200 metres, just wandered about in on a bit green late, and maybe it paid the price for over racing early. Jet Dami again made an absolute mess of the start, but he's charged home and he's narrowly missed. He's in a photo for second. But number 5 will get it, Tozen Storm. And a great story there with Andrew Stead back in the winners list. Numbers are now being confirmed in my earpiece: 5, 11, 3, and 4.
And confirming, John, Andrew Stead's last winner as a jockey was for Michael Hickmott, Darwin, July 6, 2013.
It's a great.
Oh. Five in Hawkesbury.
Trip looks great. Really can't knock these looks here in the yard.
All right, so that's a look at them in the yard ahead of race number 3. It's time to catch up with the Waller camp. They've got a big weekend coming up, but first and foremost, they have a couple of runners here, Barbara, Existential Bob, and a couple of scratchings thrown in there. Let's start with Barbara. Charlie, how are you?
Not very well. I'm not Barbara though. I had Barbara as well too. The extra distance will suit. Taking good benefit from having a first race day experience. But obviously, hopeful that you can at least utilise the draw and have a nice economical run, and then you should put in a better show. The guys have talked a little bit about the head carriage of Existential Bob. What are you expecting today? Yeah, he's actually, to be fair to him, he's I think I said last time I got myself in a bit of trouble, but he's not the most intelligent, but he's slowly working it out with each and every gallop, to be fair, at home, and obviously now he's going to put it forward in his races. I thought he was actually good around an unsuitable track last time, so he's more than capable of improving, and I think he is up to this grade.
Seemingly I bit my head off when I said the Arrowfield might be open. He said it's a one-act affair, Autumn Glow. You must be so excited to see the still back in races.
Are we leaving it full out?
Oh, full out. Yeah, I forgot about full out. Full out is the primary chance here and the main reason I'm chatting to you, but that's all right. That's how excited I am for Saturday. Go on, full out.
Yeah, look, obviously, we think it'd be next number 1 selection, and it's obviously favourites hope that can justify that. He's come on well from that first up run at Kenzo, and yeah, should take a bit of beating from a good draw.
Probably where I should have started. we'll worry about Saturday later. Thank you, Charlie. All right, Jeepers Creepers. Let's get late mail, and we'll also get a pick of the yard, Shani. We'll go to you first.
I like her now. I think she's still putting it all together, and she's a filly that could potentially go on with it over a bit of a trip. So I am putting her on top. I thought if you're looking for one at decent odds, is Dark Stridum, horse number 12, looked absolutely perfect in the yard. Really couldn't fold him. He's got bigness on his side. And Bob Ray has come on nicely too. Getting there coat-wise, but he looked good enough.
I agree with you, Chanel. On 7125, full hour on top, 7125. Mando, what's the latest with the town.com.au?
Yes, it is. They're backing your on topper, full how, 240 now. Got into as short as 230 at one point. It might be trending that way closer to start time. Very popular. Victor $5, Dark Arts 5, and Barbara $7. So they're all with the fave. Full how. Here's Darren.
Victor and Dark Arts on the second line of betting. Queen Terrain about to move in. Although we're not so common. Mission Giant, Victor, and Dark Stridum are the remaining runners to move forward. So the final stages of loading them there for race number 3, Tequila Baby. Respected odds to win the previous, and Grand Eagle at around $9 on the first today. But heavily backed here, Full House. Just her second start, this filly by Castelvecchio. On the inside, and we're just about right now. They appear to be all in. Let's do a final check. Yep, they're off and racing, and the favourite Full House jumped out about midfield. Victor jumped well, so that Dark Arts being sent forward on the outside. And Dark Arts is going to look from Not So Common, and Victor pushing through. They're followed then by Barbara, Full House not far away, Queen Tarvain going forward off the track. Now back in the field is Dark Stridum together with Mission Giant, and Existential Bob's back there as well. So Dark Arts takes the lead clearly, and Zach Lloyd has it about 2 lengths in front of Not So Common, and Victor runs third. 2 lengths away then to Barbara in the early part. Full House the rails, Queen Tarvain the outside. Length and a half then to Katana on the outside of Dark Stridum. And Existential Bob being ridden very conservatively today. He's back last of all, so Dark Arts well in the market, leads at the 800. From Not So Common, then came Victor, Queen Tarvain, and Barbara inching closer out 3 wide. Further back then to the favourite Full House. Nestled away on the inside of Mission Giant going forward. Then came Katana. Accidental Bob gets going in a wide position. And Dark Stridum is last. So the favourites get a little bit further back in the field now, Full House. But a pretty tightly bunched. Dark Arts in front. Dark Arts, Victor hard ridden up at the inside. Now Full House taking runs towards the inside. We'll have to go hard fence. Followed by Not So Common, Barbara. Existential Bob coming right down the outside. Dark Arts shows the way, but Full House quickly ropes it in. And Full House races to the lead and kicked away inside the 100 from Dark Arts, Barbara, and Victor. Comfortable win for Full House. Beat either Barbara or Dark Arts. Then came Existential Bob and Victor. Further back then to Dark Stridum, Not So Common, Mission Giant. And a gap back in the field, Katano and Queen Tarvain.
Well, if you back Full House, that was a beautiful watch. Yes, a slightly tricky spot prior to the turn, but when they all fanned off and you saw that there was a rail run for pretty much the entirety of the Hawkesbury Straight, you just knew that Full House was the one with the ability to be able to capitalise on it. Tyler Sheila was patient, the daughter of Castelvecchio, continued to go from strength to strength, but she's relished the mile.
against the medal last time. You're over 1,300 metres. You're over 58 Swan.
6 Sandown. 6 has a fantastic jockey. Doesn't give me that information. 6 has been into one league race, but it did not win. Now that's the take. 3 has been to group races. So let's go. I'm going to go with 3 and I'm going to club it. 3 has no money actually. 3 has money. Yeah. Three has no money. 6 is good. That's 1 which is getting tailed. It's a 1400 meter that 2 should get in. Oh, 3 and 2. Three and 2. Man, I am very scared to put a forecast because yesterday I put a forecast, but yesterday was a different track. That track was a menace. Adaman 3-2 Queen. Man, Queen is a better option, I think, because if yesterday anyway, we'll try. It should work. It should be the physics. It should work. 3-2 forecast. No, I didn't. Because that donkey who was riding the linear. Yes, I got it in reverse order. That donkey who was riding that linear was a menace of the highest order. He's a complete ass, man. Yesterday we saw an ass riding a horse. Even the entire, I mean, yesterday was bad. Bad as an understatement, man. They did not, I mean, I did not got a single place from, I mean, not even an EW. I had one EW on one horse. I did not even get that. Forget about winning. I did not get anything yesterday. Three to 5. You're talking about 5. 3 to. No, what? See, 1. It's between 4 and 1. 2 in sand. 2. PC says to win. PC, if that happens, I'll be dead. Six is a danger. Six has a fantastic jockey that's there, but beating three in this race is a difficult task. And two has the physics. Two has the physics. Beating three in this particular race is a difficult task. If that happens, that will be a very bad thing. Man, the two is not doing exactly what it needs to do. That is a problem. The two is not doing that thing. Two should have been in the place of the four. The two moron is... God knows, the two is thinking. The two is thinking. This is the problem. Man, look at that two. What is he doing? He should have been here by now. It doesn't have that. It doesn't. I hope it can pull up. I hope it can pull up. No, let's see. Come on. Man, if the two disappoints today, come on, baby. Three. Fish. The two started thinking and the four is on. Now that buck.
Well, a real tactical affair there.
Four.
Over the 1400 metres to Selena, who was just outside the placing behind Mott from its last start.
Man, that two, that jockey needs to be deep fried. That jockey needs to be deep fried.
Six across the post in marketing there downhill. It's
4, 3, 6, and 7.
Stop down there, the top of the bike, along there, 4, 3, 6, and 1. It's all coming down the hill there.
No, Pani Puri is not the thing. He needs to be deep fried in somewhere in Hong Kong, man. He needs to be deep fried somewhere in Hong Kong. Like they do it in those street side food stalls. Put him in a hot wok. That moron monkey. The 3 is also a moron monkey, by the way. What was he doing? Man, can you believe this? This happened. 4, I knew 4 would get in, but not like in the first position, man. That is. I mean, how will you beat a linear which is 360? But there is a reason why that happened is also there. Why? Because the 4, if we look at the 4 and the 3, the 4, this one 59 by 426, this is 27 by 106. So if we do that, 4 comes on top, That's for sure. 4-3. That happens. 4-3. That will happen. And the three definitely is a moron jockey. There's no doubt it is it is the biggest moron actually. It is the biggest moron. It is the biggest moron of the highest order. This is moron pro max ultra. So 4 went through. 4, 3, 6, 7. 4, 3 because of the monkey business, and the 2. What was he doing? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows about that PC. Seven Ipswich.
Including a fourth gear over this distance. And the other thing that I looked at here, Bernie, was the weight. She got these horses at the top. Too Long, Zula, Zoo Big Boy, 59 and 60 kilos. Whereas this one, she's very fit. She can run the distance. She's got 55 and a half. She's got a few kilos on her.
That's right.
And I felt that she's just about ready to knock into victory after 6 starts. So happy to play 18 each way. Over number 2, Too Long, who stayed tough in his first start after being obliged to race wide. Then 5, Dubai Miss or Dubias Miss. And number 13 is the other one, Parisian Piper. 18 each way, 2, 5 and 13.
I have Zuby Boy on top. Just thought there wasn't much between these two of Tony's, and perhaps he just has a little more experience on his side. He's also maybe a little bit stronger. But there's no huge confidence here at all with this race. So I'm going 4 to beat 5, putting the 2 in, Too Long as there as well, and 11 Champagne Rouge, who at least has been placed over the mile at a metropolitan track there at Eagle Farm. I think that was pride in her going for a spell. And the other one that looks great is that one there on camera now, Parisian Piper. She did a lot of work in the early stages and middle stages of that race last start. She hung on quite gamely, didn't she?
Yeah, once she got to the lead, she had company. She had to sort of add it. A few of these chances are drawn out a little bit here. Good size field, 13 going over the 1666, so they'll be charging into that first turn, won't they? And a few that have been recently racing up on the pace in the first 3, so it'll be interesting to see where they settle by the time they hit the back part of the track.
Alrighty, we are at jump time now. They are slowly making their way to the barriers. Let's get back to Anthony for a market update.
On the change since we started our mounting yard, Zoo Big Boy 440 still the favourite from Dubai Smith 480, Too Long at 750 with roughly 750 and Champagne Rouge $9 chance. So obviously Zoo Big Boy's been the best vaccine markets for first went up. $13 originally, and we lay in very early on, but not a lot of change in the last sort of 10 minutes or so, Bernie.
Thank you, Anthony. We know Parisian Piper will probably want to lead. I keep calling her Dubias Miss, likely to be there. I think Champagne Rouge as well, Maxie, has to do a bit of work to come across.
Yeah, it's a bit ugly. She ran 7th first up, but there was a little bit of merit in that performance.
And Cuban's Crown is another one that might want to be up in that slot. And even your pick, maybe Rock Alley, was not much closer.
That was true.
So, just looking at the pedigree of Dubai Smith, Pride of Dubai, I heard that Private Jenny might be coming to Queensland for the carnival. There's been a few defections, that were originally looking at the Queensland Winter Racing Carnival that are not coming, but I was hoping Steffi Magnetic would come, but I don't think she is.
What a gear she had.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? Wasn't she amazing? Like,
Extraordinary.
she not the strength broke up here. She was stiff in the Golden Eagle.
Yeah.
She was trying to come through.
Up the inside.
Yeah.
And then she wins the Doncaster.
Yeah. It's just amazing. She won her first 2 starts way out west of New South Wales. Sends them out there, gives them a kill, an easy kill. Wellington and Bathurst or something.
Isn't that fantastic?
Anyway, yeah, she could come here, Private Jenny, maybe a Hollandair, a Doobin Cup, a Q22. That'd be exciting if she gets back on track.
She's so exciting, obviously, that style of racing, but for how long is that style of racing, can you keep doing it? It's sort of
That's the question. She's obviously had a few little issues over the past year or so, but we saw her first up, we're back to her old self, but it's just a matter of getting her right on the day.
What did you make of the next start?
Yeah.
She might have been still recovering from the first start.
Anyway, she'd be a draw card for sure.
Absolutely. She adds a lot of excitement to any race that she's in because they are, daredevil tactics, aren't they? All right, he's $4 now. Zoo Big Boy. Here's David.
This race over the 1666 metres. In fact, the next 3 races over the same journey. Now, Volcanic Park goes up, Margot Star moves in. Only a handful out, including Parisian Piper, Tobias Fist, and Rock Epic. There are 3 to come up. Last look at the tag fixed board. Tobias Fist will be our favourite. Yes, $4, and Zoo Big Boy at $4.80. So Cody Goller providing the favourite and second favourite for the 6th of the day as we head into the second half of the program. Rothamy goes up. A couple of load now. Racing at Doomben on Saturday. We're back to our 9-event schedule now. Daylight saving is completed. First race about 7 minutes to midday. Parisian Piper's got it. Here's Champagne Rouge coming up. Not on notice in the market. $8.50 on tab. Was around the $12 mark this morning. Just waiting on Champagne Rouge in those pink colours. Siobhan Rutledge brings up Champagne Rouge to the outside gate. And now we are ready to go. There's the red light. Set for action. Zoo Big Boy drawn the rails. Too long to speed. Racing now. For Tobias Smith hit the ground running. She began extra smartly. Zoo Big Boy nicely away. So was Tulok and Rothelli about 4th into stride. Parisian Piper and Cuban's crowd on Whitegate's rush forward, and the widest runner is Zuma, but it's pressing on. Then Volcanic Park, followed by Lovey Dovey. Getting back in the second half of the field, Champagne Rouge. Then Chonky Diva, It's a Cabaret, and Margot Star settles last to the 13. They turn to the back straight now with about 1,100 left to run, and Dubai Smith is the leader. The best back runner and the favourite is controlling presently. From Cuban's crowd in second, Dubai doing its share of work to get up towards the lead. Rock Valley dropped back to 4th and found the rail inside of Parisian Piper. Two into the Tulok and Zoo Big Boy. They're keeping company with each other. It's a big field. To the Volcanic Park outside of Lovey Dovey. And the last 4, Champagne Rouge, Chonky Diva, It's a Cabaret, and Margot Star spotting them 12 lengths. On the side, 700 from the judge, and Tobias Smith dictates the terms. Leads from Zuma, who's done a lot of work to get there. Then Cupid to ground, Parisian Piper, on the outside to try and run on. Then came Rothelli, Mechanic Park, travelling in the picture. Zoo Big Boy sticking to the road, it needs a bit of room to move. Geelong came off the bit and dropped back. Then Loving Dovey, Champagne Rouge, It's a Cabaret, Margot Star and Chonky Diva. Tobias Smith wheeled for home and railed impressively and got away. Zoo Big Boy sent Silent after it. Volcanic Park down the outside. It's Tobias Smith the leader. Getting tired now. And Zoo Big Boy is presenting a danger.
No.
What's this? Lovey Dovey. Goodness gracious. Lovey Dovey bursts her at the money. Beat home the golden pair. Zoo Big Boy and Tobias Smith. Then Champagne Rouge, Volcanic Park, pink late.
At the head of the others was Too Long, then came Margot Star, Rockbelly, Gibbons, Grand Zuma.
This was a bad move on that 5. It was probably a 2,000 meter.
There were only two chances, 200 metres to go, and they were the golden pair. Was Zoo Big Boy going to run down Tobias Miss? No. Coming through in the middle, Andrew Madian on Lovey Dovey. Zoo Big Boy
7.
getting over Tobias Miss late there.
Aroman. Congratulations, Aroman.
So this has made up a fair bit of ground late, just getting
7.
the sucker up run, the soft
19. Lovey dovey.
4, 5 and 14 are on the board after race 6 at Ipswich.
Okay, that started favour at the end.
That was a bad move on the 5. It was probably a 2,000 meter. He raved the entire way. He raved it entire way. Alright, this is what we've got for the 4th one. We look through the odds. It's 4, 6, 5 and 7. 4 is the favorite. 6, 5 and 7. If we look through the rails, that's the top notch. Alright, now what played here on a 1400 meter is that 4 went through because of the pressure, and then this one. But this jockey is also a monkey. So now what do we have here? Let's see the jockeys first. If this is jockey, then that's exactly what people have chosen. That's exactly what people have chosen. Jockeys. That is what exactly the thing is. Now the problem is this, that the 4, which is the favorite, is a neutral. It's a neutral horse. The linear is good, but that's more or less like that. Now there is a problem with this 8. Okay, that 8 is also a neutral. It's got 18 races, and this is the one on pace. It's a 1200 meter. This is the one on pace. Here, that's pace. All right, that's pace. This is relaxation. This works if it is a longer distance, but here the thing is, the jockeys are not able to deliver. This is one of the morons. So I think what they have done is gone with the jockeys. So that's it. 4, 6, 5, and they kind of fall through the line also. 4, 6, 5. 4, 6, 5. 8, 59, 74. 76. They're all within the rails. Ideally, at 1200 meter, that 6 should win. And we should get that 1 as a second horse pool. But it is a 7-year-old mare, and we have no clue on that horse's pace or relaxation or anything. But we know that it is the largest outer drift in this entire thing. So if that's the case, that 1 is the check. That 1 is the check. 4 is the best jockey. that 4 is the best jockey, and the other one which could be of a threat is this has got 11. This has 27 races. This one has 1 league race, but it did not do anything. That's the highest pressure line we can find on a 1200 meter. That's 2. It's an EW. It's not within the rails. It's a 1200 meter. We need the rails. So that 2 is also a check. It's the highest pressure line. That 5-year-old mare. This is a 3-year-old filly. That translates to almost nothing. It's in very good hands. So 4 ideally. The 4 will win. I think so. That's what people think. I don't know this because at the end of the day it is a neutral horse. At the end of the day it is a neutral horse, and there's a purpose of making it a neutral. It is not just by accident it has become neutral. This is handicapping. So 4 is the favorite and it became a neutral. So that doesn't make sense. And 6 is the linear. 6 is the linear. 4 definitely is a better horse, but 6 is the linear. 76, 90. And for 83, 6, 2. Five is not winning. 6 is the linear. 8. Fish. That is weird. Then what? 8 is another linear. This one is on pace. This is in good hands. The 8 is on pace. This is in good hands. Hux.
Today.
We will find out, won't we? She's deep into her campaign, right time to try it with quite a few runs under the board. She's a little bit quirky. She needs to get to the outside of horses. She doesn't like being cluttered up. She's, like I said, she's probably not the easiest to deal with.
I'm not going to be angry.
It's from the last time I saw her.
Mont Felicity.
5 Hawkesbury.
Finish off with Mont Felicity, 34 into $23. Second up, drier track will no doubt help. She's an improver in the race.
As she's come on, she's trained on that from that first up run. She's a big girl. There's a lot of her, but she has trimmed up somewhat. Probably another run.
Okay, so that's a look at them. We've got about 2 minutes until go time. Flying Bandit certainly looms a good chance here. Been really well supported in the market. Kerry Parker arriving with some confidence, I'm sure. So Saturday didn't quite play out getting into that.
Is getting tailed. What is the age of that horse? 5.
Distance, which is sort of what he's always showed us that he's going to get over a trip. He's got good form here at Hawkesbury, so might be a step or so.
Had you been in the field, and you may ultimately get
4-year-old.
would you have still traded him today over Saturday?
Oh no, if he qualified, well then definitely goes into he goes around a little bit on Saturday.
Flying Bandit.
It's a touch different, isn't it? But do you think he'll come on from there again?
Yeah, no doubt at all. In saying that, it was a terrific effort. You know, he,
PC, you know that you are with J Ford.
so looking forward to the step up to the 1800 here. Still, especially still while he's fresh. I know he's sort of drawn too, so hopefully while it's still early in the preparation, he can show a little bit of barrier speed and take up a bit more of a prominent position from the inside barrier. But that's probably going to be the trick with him here is getting clear air when he needs clear air from that inside.
And you think 1800 plus is his pick up?
Well, that's what everyone keeps telling me, that it's a genuine stayer, and this preparation's about learning, I suppose, where his trip ends, where he wants to get to. But everything he shows us, he keeps building in his races and he keeps hitting the line. So pleased with him.
Hopefully we're discussing him more post-race. Good luck.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you very much to Kerry Parker there. And he's sending a couple to Gosford tomorrow as well. Equilibrist and Bob's back. Let's get the Shani for her pick of the up.
I'm the Emperor. Yes, I thought he looked equally as well as he did first up. It was great for me. 21.90 Kenzo, so I'm going to back up with him and nothing wrong with Flying Bandit. I love the way he's come back. It's a lot more simple.
Late mail, let's get to Richie. Yeah, I like the 10, Ben. I've got 10 perfect play on top. Hardest to beat the 13, 5 and 3, but I like perfect play from the inside draw.
Lee,
All right, so
13.
close to start time. We might get to Anthony for a look at the market before we get to Darren Flindell for the call.
Just a bit soft, this horse, Flying Bandit late. Just back out to $3.40. Just a little bit shorter there on the local tote, as you can see. So tab traders just happy to risk this a little bit late. Perfect play $3.90 and collect your cash $5.50. It's a 1 to $7.50. Yeah, just a little soft late in betting Flying Bandit, despite still being the favourite. Yeah, just $3.40 right at the deck. Let's get it, Darren.
We got some Felicity moves in, and we're getting close to action here. With Roma Avenue, the last to go forward. Keen going normally, Roma Avenue. Moves into the gates now, we're ready to go. Race 4 here at Hawkesbury, the St John's Bowling Club Handicap. Flying Bandit, a well-supported favourite. There's these goats. Getting behind the trees. Check the TV here. But they're all locked and loaded. A start imminent here at Hawkesbury. So problem with the favourite, Flying Bandit. Can't see anything here from the broadcast box, so just a follow on the TV. Flying Bandit. CJ Ford's okay. Looks as though he's sat back down. Okay, so it looks as though Flying Bandit will stay on the gates, the race favourite. Look to stand well now. Okay, waiting for a dispatch. They're all standing in the gates, waiting for them to open. Attendants are there behind the gate, the Flying Bandit, and now they're off and racing here at Hawkesbury. They're underway. Behind the Empire and collect your cash for the first two out. Perfect plays drawn towards the inside and is going to boot through and use that draw. It's a wonder next, and Roma Avenue's caught wide in the early part. Then came Hariri in front of As Good As Sober, gets the favourite Flying Bandit third last from Mon Felicity. And bettor is going to settle last of all, so Perfect Play takes the lead. And Roma Avenue quickly swishes up on the outside. And Roma Avenue is having a pop here at Perfect Play to keep the pace genuine. Collegiate Cash drops in for cover on the inside behind the Empire, and Hariri fifth on the rails. Further back then to It's a Wonder, a length and a half Flying Bandit. 3/4 the outside, As Good As Sober gets. bettor and Mon Felicity are the last two. Roma Avenue takes the lead away from Perfect Play, so it's Roma Avenue in front now. Out by a length and a half on Collect Your Cash straight into second, then Perfect Play. Behind the Empire on a wide path on the outside of It's a Wonder. They're followed further back by Hariri, As Good As Sober against Mon Felicity. The Flying Bandit's back second last towards the inside and 2 lengths away to bettor. Coming to the turn, 500 to go. Roma Avenue just in front of Collect Your Cash. The Eye of the Empire being sealed up on the outside. Perfect Play travels behind them. Further back to It's a Wonder. And down the outside, As Good As Sober gets Flying Bandits a long way from them. It's still about second or third last. 250 to go. Collect Your Cash moves up. Perfect Play takes the inside run together with Hariri.
Right down the outside, Flying Bandit hitting top gear late. Collect Your Cash in front. Flying Bandit lunges and got up.
5.
Flying Bandit down
Busy.
the outside, knocked off Collect Your Cash and Perfect Play. Followed close up by Bettor running on. Hariri back on the fence.
That was a huge risk, PC. That Jim Ford was about to slaughter that horse. Bet of the day, of course, that was good.
Every single inch of that. Collect Your Cash, I thought was fantastic. They could have found a spot maybe a pair or two back, but they had our Hariri just punching up underneath. In the end, they had to go up and sit outside Roma Avenue and
Four is getting tailed.
Beautifully, I like the what she's made from last prep to this prep. I do feel like she's been through physically, looks a little bit stronger. She's maintaining the weight really well. Same as very forward. She's not a horse that naturally carries a whole bit of excess weight. So I feel like the team has got pretty spot on today. I like the little bit of new changes too. So if she can do everything right, I think she should be pretty hard to beat. She had horses to look great. Changes colours too, looks like she's a nice spread, but as does what she presented. But I'll go for just not one.
Lewis got a queen at Oxbury.
Thanks for your time as always, Greg. We've got a couple of runners here. Let's start with Couple of Things. She can get herself a little bit worked up on race day. I think the way that she paraded. Winning the last up for Robin.
I'm gonna go with 5. I don't know. 4 is looking. Or is a neutral anyway, so I'm gonna go with 5.
She's always shown a good bit of ability, put together a great record for the 5 starts so far. She's had 2 wins and 3 minor races, so she must be a horse that she's supposed to
PC! Thank you so much, PC, for doing that. Without you, PC, this thing will. I mean, I had to focus on my job. This thing wouldn't have paid my bills. Seven is going through a problem that is called management. It's a 60% downdrift on management. So I don't know if that'll work. Even I like 7 for a lot of reason. I like 7, but I doubt that is. Yeah, 6 is the linear. 6 should be able to deliver. 4 is the neutral. But it is in a very good hands. There's a lot of advantage on 4, but at the end of the day, it is a neutral. I don't know. So the safest one that I could find is 5. But that 8 remains. That 8 is a check. That 8 has the 8 can get in and do a lot of destruction. It is not in a winning position today, but it is definitely. It is definitely. And now there's something under blanket. I don't know which one is under blanket. Aravan 6 Sandown. I actually have club, the 5 and the 6. But it's a queen, not a forecast. I've actually clubbed. I was thinking I'll go with 5, but then I got greedy. And then 6. Okay. Now 3 is a 4-year-old mare which is running. 6 is okay. 4 is doing that thing. 6, 7, Arman. 6 is doing that thing. Where is that monkey 5 that I had huge hopes on? Six. Okay, now run, baby. 6, do that thing. Where is 5? Come on, 5. We gotta. Man, the 5 is nowhere. The 5 is nowhere. 4 is instead doing all that thing. 4 won. Fish. 4, 7, 4, 1. That 7-year-old mare, can you beat that? That's a 7-year-old mare. 4, 1. Nothing worked. The 5 did not work. The 6, the linear went out of the window. The 4 actually won. And the 5 donkey is still running. Huge run. And it's a 7-year-old mare, PC. Look at this horse. I couldn't go with this because I do not know whether it has advantage or disadvantage. But that's the largest drift. So this thing we spoke about, this is like that's physics that is there with this horse. And the 4 was the favorite in very good hands. 4, 1, 5 and 6. Happy? The 5 and 6 came in 3rd and 4th. God, man. Can we have one decent race? I know there's a 5-year-old mare I want to go with. Which one I don't know, but there's a 5-year-old mare in one of the races which I really, really want to go with. The last one, 8th. This is absolutely disastrous. These people are killing it like nobody's business.
Is it also the weight, or are there tendencies previously when to take people guys to three runs? Depending on the occasion, they don't have
Buck.
on the right front.
3 and 9 scratched, fifth one. 2764.
Said what I'm for. Probably not too much of a problem, and she can run on strongly and fill a place.
In Society, Brian Dayas and Robbie Hall.
Remains around about for $10. Was a little bit better last start on the sunny coast. Polly went third. They're well beaten behind Warner.
Sibelia, Laurie Mayfield Smith, Aidan Thompson.
Like the way this mare's been going. She was okay the first start. He was back last, but made some progress. I then went to Doomben up to the 1350. She jumped well and sort of pounced on the lead. I don't think anything else wanted to, and she almost got away with it at 80 to 1. It was only the last 50 that Fashion Flash got her. She's got a great chance here.
Marana Nui is the 16, Kath Hamlin Dale Smith.
Yep, hesitant on debut at the Gold Coast, and then ran on quite well. One to keep an eye on here, a late maturing 5-year-old, obviously, by Ocean Park.
Windflower, Vishen Van Kayer and Carl Zechner.
Few gear changes, hard to recommend.
Top Spur, Brett Baker, Stacey Callow.
Yeah, the 2 runs back from the split have been okay, not beaten that far in maidens at Doomben.
Brave Hoshi is from the Vic Heading stable with Cody Collins.
We need to see a little bit more, could be up on the pace though.
And 8 days a week, Kim Loy and Mark Duplessis.
Yeah, just fair first up, went 7th at the sunny coast.
Rightio, that's how they looked in the yard. Fire and Light, your $3.60 favourite over Castle Rock, $4.60. Sibelia is at $5.50, and then Caldino Maxi.
I think the Deep Dawn is the leader here, and I was hoping that Sibelia number 12 would just park with a little bit of cover. It'd be nice to think there were 2 rolling along and she'd sit right behind them and get a chance thereafter. She's only likely raced. A lot of these have had plenty of chances, and she progressed nicely from start 1 to start 2. Got a pedigree being by all too hard, so happy enough to go with number 12. And the late clubs colours there with Aidan Thompson riding Siberia. So I'm with her. I'm quite keen at the price too. What is she on the QOP? She's $6. She's got to go $16.66, but I think she will. Castle Rock is clearly the danger. Should get afforded all of the favours from barrier 1. Might sit a few lengths off the leaders, but he'll have a head full of steam late, like that previous winner. Fire and Light will need luck from the draw, but certainly has the right form to win. And then Vermilion Kill at 12-1-2-5.
Young with Fire and Light. I think originally Castle Rock, perhaps yesterday, may have been the early favourite. There was nothing splitting them this morning, but now there is a point or so in the mix. I mean, it's the barrier that is a bit off-putting, obviously, but we've just got to hope that CJ has a little bit of luck with this guy, because he is very fit and busting to win a race, having had 2 great runs in the city, his last 2. And that run last out, he and Chilaxi, they really started to pull away from the rest of the field, didn't they, inside that last furlong? So
the last 2, he was stiff in that trump card. That's the ex-Kiwi with David Van Dyke. He's a nice horse, and this fellow probably would have tested him had he got cleared, instead of having to bob and weave in the straight, and then runs into Chilaxi, who looks a nice stay in the making for Tony Golan.
And he had to really bullet his way out. Also last start at the top of the straight, he sort of like, it's going to take something out of him, but he rallied again. I mean, he was only beaten a little under half a length in the end. But it is that worry of the barrier here today. Castle Rock, the danger. I'm putting in a Rapid Flaming Genesis. It's only had 1 start at 1700, did a lot of work. Just needed a rest. Hope he gets one in the middle stages here today. And the 5, Vermilion Kieran, I could also like Sibelia there as well, but 2-1-6-5.
12 Ipswich.
size field lining up you over the mile positioning, and who gets the best run. And Lucky Dovey certainly did in the previous, getting all the breaks and was too strong break.
All right, let's get to Anthony for an update.
Okay, thanks, Bertie. As you mentioned, Fire and Light and Custody Rock, there wasn't much between them when you guys did your preview earlier this afternoon, but almost a full point now with Fire and Light 370 and Custody Rock 440. Ocadino at $6.50 with Side Beeler, also $6.50 with Kieran $10. So best backs being the two, Fire and Light. They're loading. Let's get to David Fell. Top colours here with two runners. Number 9, which is Effie's Joy, Emily Lane, Green White Band, and Sabina, number 12, the black club colours, Avery Thompson. Filling rates well for this race. Most of the field now in. Immediate Terran, Deep Dawn, No Calvino, and Effie's Joy. They're the last 4 to move up. And as soon as they're loaded, the starter will be in a position to dispatch the field for race 7 today. This is the Precinct Durban Planning Maiden Plate. Number 2, Fire and Light. Last look at our tab fixed board, $3.60. 1 cast to be on $4.40. Sabina number 12, $6. And 4 Caldino, $6.50. And they're all in. Loaded on. Deep Dawn has to come up to complete the line. Run from the outside gate with experience made of Deep Dawn. Famous afforded with that barrier 14. The game. Now she consents, goes in, and we are right to go. Race 7 of 10, starter of the ladder. About to switch on the red light. These will be a maiden no longer than about 2 minutes' time. They're racing in society, jump well towards the inside with the Sabina. Nicely away too with Vermilion Kieran. Brave Poshy showing speed. And Deep Dawn is hooping across from out wide, trying to cross it, and will do so. Then came as they go to that first bend over on the inside, was in society drifting back after the fence. Midfield, Windflower next, and Castle Rock a touch worse than midfield. Over on the rail, followed by Effie's Joy. There's Fire and Light of those pink and green colours. A long way back with 8 days a week. And out towards the tail, as they hit the back straight, was Totsburg. Heading down the back now, 1100 metres left to run. Deep Dawn, only Wheeler took the matters into his own hands at the get-go, went from the outside going to the rail, and leads by Moshi. Sabina racing third, racing with cover today. Then came Vermilion Kieran. In Society is fifth over on the rail. Flaming Genesis, sixth the outside as they go to that next bend. Follow Caldino, he's stuck 3 wide around Windflower. Casting on over the rail, spots for about 8. Then Effie's Joy, Fire and Light. The favourite is a long way back and has work to do. There's 500 left to run. Then 8 days a week, followed by Mona Dewey. And Totsburg dropped out to be last. Deep Dawn making every post a winning post. Travel by the 400 metres with a 3 to 4 length margin. Sabina's flat out, so too there's Vermilion Kieran. In Society fourth of the bend. Fire and Light threading a needle between runners, but still has 6 or 7 to make up. Here's W Warm with the task though. Deep Dawn, it's flat out, but it is still in front. This has been an enterprising ride. Will it pay dividends? The post is coming, so are the challengers. Deep Dawn hanging on, gripping on a run. Then Fire and Light in front late. Photos then in Society.
8, I think.
And just behind them for Vermilion Kieran. Then came O'Caldino, Mona Dewey, Prolong Sabina. Then came
8.
Browns Genesis, well back Effie's Joy. And then Windflower, Brave Hoshi, 8 to
Okay, this is the 5th one. If we look through the odds, it's 2, 7, 6, and 4. 2 is the favorite. Now, before we do this, let's go to the previous one. This was a same benchmark 64, benchmark 64. No, this was a benchmark 70. So this is a benchmark 64. The way the track played is that neutral went through, and that thing has played. So here we kind of have a clarity. The neutral played, but the advantage which was this one. Okay, this one and this one. So here, if we look at the advantage, that's on 4. That's on 4. Okay. And then we have this one. 4 and 1, I think. 4 and 1, probably. No, the jocks are not dumb at Ipswich. That track is like that. PC. That track is like that. Yesterday we were at Ipswich. I think that track kind of makes them hallucinate. The jockeys, they start hallucinating at Ipswich. Yesterday, that moron with a linear horse, I can't believe he actually did that with a 550 linear. It's like you have a Harley Davidson and then you give up on an electric scooter.
I've seen those famous cars still brought around the place, especially here in South Australia. The Ascot Randwick start to be supporting the Chantal Jolly Yard. Hollis Fury is definitely in good hands. Hopefully she's got that.
Morons, PC. These people are absolutely... I mean, if somebody makes an arrangement, I can come with a few guys that I know are very good with baseball bats.
Next to come up, Phil Callan and team.
We will hide in an Indian colony, teach them a lesson,
Jumping out of the irons on Darling.
and fly back. But I don't want to spend the rest of my life in an Australian prison.
Darling comes up riderless. Favourite draw the inside. Eilish one. A big drive. 900 metres set. Light blinks, ready. You're about to go. Off. Eilish Fury was away pretty well down low, gets a tick to roll forward with Hate School Concerts and also Bell Hotess. Eilish Fury, though, now takes it up back in third. There was Bright Show, Amazing Memories, wider out, Drumlagen, He's a Cool Cat, then Broadway Dancer, Aramosa. Further back then was Super Sad, The Creed. There's one that's spewed, all-round good guy, Lincoln. Well, funny feelings, 20 lengths last. Not sure what happened to him. Homeward bound here, 350 left to run. Eilish Fury, the odds-on shorty, dashed to the lead. Put up about 2 lengths on. He's a Cool Cat who's getting into its work. Then came Bell Hotess who's whacking away. Aramoso at the head of the others. Eilish Fury, no good thing. He's a Cool Cat, rails through, takes the lead, sprints hard, He's a Cool Cat, got 3/4 up on Eilish Fury and comes back, but He's a Cool Cat wins. Beat Eilish Fury, Bell Hotess third, then Aramoso, the next one, Right Show. Further back in the run was Hate School Concerts, all-round good guy, Amazing Memories, The Creed, Drumlagen, then came to Sam Lincoln. Maybe holds a ticket on Funny Feeling. I'm not sure if it's stepped with or just got tailed off, but it was conspicuous last throughout. The first starter, then so the great horse Monroe came to drought the upsets the puppy Eilish Fury, Bell Hotess runs third, up to the second pick of the last run, saw 5, 12, 10 at right.
He's a Cool Cat. We've seen him a few times at the Sandown and he's generally shown good speed.
Lewis.
Got out with a big lead.
16.
It's able to get a sit behind the leaders, and as a result, Easy Cool Cats finished off this race very well to upset the favourite. Just watching ahead on there, gee, I was Fury was green over the last 200 metres, wanted to hang out noticeably, and maybe she's just thrown that race away a little bit. She's battled on the second, but the horse had settled outside her in the run. Bell has taken third.
Beautiful, Lewis. That was amazing job.
Time we got you on, Lauren had a big grab on him, mate. Tell you right, if you come out here one day down the back and come back and teach you I said, yeah, Lauren, you're telling me that. She's been shooting 3 times in the one leg, you know, and caught up shit that day in the other leg, you know. But when I builded him and turned him out, he's been a cult for that wide, not with all. I think he took offence to be guilty. He's been an arsehole since, you know, like just doing things wrong that he just wouldn't normally do, you know. I said, we always thought he looked like he's on him either legger, and that's what he did in trial the other day at home, and then just walked to the post, you know, like, geez, he looks plain, you know, like, you know he's better than that. I've scoped him up this morning, and done a blunder this morning, I reckon he's got his tongue back.
Another goal jockey. And I like the 4. The question is, will they deliver? So what's going on here is, if you look at the last one, that 4 went through, even after a neutral with that advantage on a 1200 meter, it went through. It was getting tailed, all that was happening, it was in the best hands, and that thing got him, all right, that was the highest. Here, we've got the same numbers on 4. That was 2050, this one is 1551, which is okay. But this is actually an EW number. I mean, the linear is not in a position to win. It's not in a position to win. So there's nothing on that. And this is not a winning number. So it's an open field. It's an open field. Anybody can win. Out of which, if you look at the advantages, 4 definitely is with the advantage as this one. Here the 4 had the advantage. Here also the 4 has the advantage. Okay. Here it was in a good hand. Here it is in a bad hand. But it's the same advantage. So if we consider that, that's a separate thing. 2 is probably in the best hands. So that's there. The other thing that's a confusion is between 1 and 8. 1 is the largest outer drift, and this one is the largest inner drift. The 8. But 1 definitely has more advantage. This is not on advantage. I mean, 1 definitely is the larger outer drift. But 8 is a better horse. So either we believe the advantage. So I like the 4 and 1. Because of that fact, this is exactly what happened here. It is double the strength here. This one is there. The 8 is there, but 8 is also not there within the odds. 1 is also not there within the odds. But I kind of like the 1. This thing is probably the second horse pool. And this is not in a winning position. So the advantage is on 4. I like the 4 and 1. We'll see if they're getting tailed. If they're not getting tailed, that's the 1.
This one well this afternoon. It's Varley Weekend plus 12, Penultimate benchmark 64. What a horse he was. To the run. If the famous colours in his being like well. Horse number 1.
1 and 8. Hawkesbury, they're running. It's in the 1.
Back behind shot. For anyone who got on after the break, that we flashed it. Would you add any other horse in this week now? Nothing. Wouldn't consider anything else. 5 to 3 is the only other one I could consider. No, not that. All right, let's get out to Darren Flindell, and of course, catch those previews earlier on in the day, and we will highlight our main tipsters' quality selections each and every day. So make sure to tune in for those, and if not, we usually put them up on the screen just before the race, but you do need to. Let's get out to Darren Flindell for the fifth.
And Sagadi's been well back as they move in. State of America's been well back going in. State of America in the 390. Bear on the loose. The punters have turned on the bear. Watching on the TV, no, Bear on the loose as the white cap and Tim Clark, the replacement rider, announced earlier today. Locked and loaded it. And the body ready to kick off here at Hawkesbury, and the gates are back. They're off and racing. Flying Trapeze jumped well. So did Bear on the Loose, and Bear on the Loose will take the lead. And Flying Trapeze takes a split outside, so there'll be no hard luck stories today for him. Followed by Super Strike, who positions down on the inside running rail. On the inside of Sagadi, the post-time favourite. 2.5 for the back to Almania, State of America. And Glory Days and the Black Cap sits back last of all. So Bear on the Loose shows the way by excelling some Flying Trapeze, and Sagadi gets a bit closer on the outside, just shading Super Strike. 8.5 to State of America from Armenia, and Glory Days, the last one, about 6 off the front runner. So Bear on the Loose, he's first up today, and Clark has him in front by a length of Flying Trapeze. Now Super Strike edging closer on the inside, goes to third, and neck back the outside to Sagadi. Followed after a length and a half, State of America, then came Armenia. And Glory Days is still the last one, so no change to the order as they approach the home turn, and Bear on the Loose a length in front of Flying Trapeze. Then Super Strike from Sagadi the outside being nudged along it. State of America starts his run. Armenia under the pump, and Glory Days is last of all. They straighten up now, and Clark goes for home here on Bear on the Loose. Bear on the Loose, 2 lengths clear from Flying Trapeze, sticking on, then Super Strike, Sagadi a bit one pace. Further back to State of America, inside the 200, Bear on the Loose still in front. Flying Trapeze is running on now. Sagadi starting to pick up the bridle between them, and State of America on the outside. A three-way gun. I think the Bear hung on. Give it to Bear on the Loose just from either Sagadi or State of America. Then Flying Trapeze, followed by Glory Days, Super Strike, and Almania. There was a good three-way go to the line. Bear on the Loose, fighting hard. Sagadi burst on the scene, and State of America the outside. The replay would suggest the outside's got up here, State of America, but it can be very tricky here at Hawkesbury, so stand by. December, hence the pressure. The jump has been good. Good turn of foot. Late she just the other into right position. Up
hear the speed, tracking yes, John Brown was has been very, very consistent. The race was placed in packet of start. Absolutely. It's not share of like the market in Coupler. So the big last one, they had sale. Last up, the next one, but it's like a race. But you have the leverage for what he'd rather we get. Smart dog off the back of the back again. Let's go. These two cheap got out of the video. Yeah, that was only 12. It's going to the mile. So I don't think I'll do this one. Yeah,
I like the 1, but the 6 is a neutral. The 6, they don't win, but they're kind of capable of getting in. So the problem is, okay. If I have to go with a club, it's, man, that 4 is getting tailed. But it's a 3-year-old gilding. Is that a 4? Or the 2?
Really well, it's more consistent with preparation. This code's lovely and healthy, and it's been racing.
4 is a great, so 4 is not a problem. 4 is a great. Man. All right. Praying to the horse god, and 4 and 1 is my forecast bet. 4 and 1. 4 and 1, baby. And I just need that 6, 7 big bet now. 7 is the linear. It is far from the rails, PC. It's a good one. There is no doubt it is a good one. Massive run. Yes, probably PC, but today it is in a tricky position. It's in a tricky. If you are putting money on that, go low, PC. I mean, I don't want. I mean, this is not the bet of the day of yours, so be reasonable. 6-2. It's either 4-1 or 4-6. The 6 is a neutral. The question is, the 4 has management issues. That's there. But anyways, we'll go with the physics. We'll see. 4-1. Four one, baby. 4 cards. Ironman 1 and 6. Yeah, that's a thing. and one win. No, that's too much. Adaman, if that happens, then that'll be too much. It's a drift. The physics is there for it to come second. If that wins, then the rest of the jocks are they need to be set on fire. Seven is a tricky position. So four and six is a possibility. 4 and 6 is a possibility. And 4 and 1 is the other one that I've gone with. I just hope it works. I haven't got anything. This is not right. That's the 6. Man, it is huge. For a neutral, it is huge. All in for 4 win place. 4 should win, Lee. 4 should win. And 1 should give us the second horse pool. If that happens, that's good. I'll be... Come on, baby. 2 is the favorite. It is running. Look at that 4. What is he doing? That is called a monkey business. You're not doing anything, Mr. 4. You're a great man. This is absolutely disastrous. Man, look at that 4. What is he doing? Come on, 4. Yes, climb up. Climb up. This is your race. 4. Come on, do it. Do it, baby. Don't disappoint. 4. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. No, it doesn't look like 4 is going to work today. 6. No. 6 and 2. 2 and 6. Look at that. Look what happened. 2 and 6. Man, that is bad. Two and 6. 2 and 3. Two had easy lead. I don't know what to do actually. 2, 6, 8. That jockey is a dumb. What are the numbers? 2, 6. I think the 8 got in then. No, that is true. I mean, God knows what's. So what happened is the 6 was the neutral. I was. 4-6 should have happened, but that did not happen because of the jockey on the 1 is absolutely monkey. The jockey on the 1 is absolutely monkey. It's just such a beautiful strength on 7, but the 7 was far from the rails. It was very far. It was very far. Four was even further.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, we're out of organised on.
Two, 6, 7, and 8. Lewis, you had 6 and 2. How did you get an exacta? Or you placed double? Thirteen, 3, 10, and 8. Easy, queen. Queen.
Thank you. Race 5, John, number 1, Brave Action. Now with Matthew Sutters.
Always had good ability, Brave Action. His form did taper off late last prep, but he was set a couple of big tasks running in the Lightning Stakes and then the Spring Stakes, so probably no surprising that he failed on that. So he's tuned up for this with a barrier trial here at Murray Bridge behind Metro Legend. He went okay in that. And then he had a jump out where he finished second to Hands Open. We know that he's well up to this grade and he's a fast horse.
He's one of the favourites, $5 with Ladbrokes at the moment. Number 2, Rayul, it's new to SA. It's a 7-year-old. He's only had the 18 starts. He's now with James Short.
I think this will be too short for Rayoul. Haven't seen a jump out or trial leading into this, and he last race in June last year. It surprised me if he was able to win or be at the money here, but I haven't seen any vision of how he's going this prep.
The 3 Bentley Brook, it's only had 5 runs for Brett Campbell. It was an Eden Hope winner for him 2 starts ago.
He was. He had favours there. We know that Eden Hope is a really tight track and favours leaders, and he was able to lead there and had a lot of favours. All of his other runs here since coming to South Australia have been disappointing. He's drawn wide here. You can't really see him getting an easy run. For that reason, I'm saying no.
The 4 is Mine or Mine. It is the favourite right at the moment, $4.80 with Ladbrokes.
Been well supported in the markets. Coming back to 900 metres should suit. He's had 3 runs this preparation. He was able to win first up despite laying out. And since then, he's been disappointed twice. He ran well down the field behind Shady Thinker in the Adelaide Magic Millions race, and again behind Grandstand last up, and he covered ground. What I would say about him is had 3 runs this preparation. He's pulled hard every time. I don't like that.
Another of the favourites is 5 My Hurricane. It's a last start winner this track and distance, but was back on New Year's Day.
Yeah, been freshened up for this race. Obviously, the Stokes stable really like placing this mare over the short trips. Her last 3 runs have been Murray Bridge 900s, and again, they wait for a suitable race here. No jump on her trial leading into this. Biggest negative for My Hurricane is gate 1. She's going to need a lot of luck, but you've got Lockie Nydorf in the saddle, and he's riding as well as anyone here.
Big bet for it switch.
The 6, 100%. He's a 10-year-old.
100% hasn't had any jump outs or trials leading into this. His most recent win was over 1,400. I'm going to oppose.
7 Ambello for Justin Pickering. He had a good weekend.
It's a favourite, Valentino Rock, a well-backed second elect. Starters on the ladder. Red line about to be turned on. Second leg of the main quadding. There's the line. All set. Should catch them any moment. They're off now. Express Payment began as well as anything. The Patron Saint nicely away with 2 panels. They were the first 3. Whiskey Train pushing forward to be 4th away. Then My Girl Gladys, Quick Shot, and Puccini Dream. Valentino Rock trying to bustle it and find a position, that bunch. Out towards the tail, Casino Coast, Aristella, and Domingo settles in last position. That's the first calls. They go around the first bend and head to the back straight. A Whiskey Train going on with it leads the way. Quick Shot in second, lying in third. The fence was the Patron Saint. Express Payment. He's not in the lead roll today. He's travelling off the speed, but he's in a good spot nevertheless. Jake Valens has navigated a 1-by-1 trail mid-race. 2 panels of length back on the fence, then Valentino Rock. Now, fancy he might be caught 3 wide, he is. Puccini Dream pushes up in the centre, and My Girl Gladys protects the rail. And the last trio, Casino Coast, Domingo and Aristella. 8 lengths topping the tail, they leave the back and move to the side. With 700 left to run, it's Whiskey Train by 2, Shot in second. The Patron Saint third, Express Payment in 4th, and about to slide forward and make his move. Then came Valentino Rock tracking in. Puccini Dream struck up in some traffic. Cool Panels lost a length or 2 and lost its spot. Being passed by My Girl Gladys, then Casino Coast, Domingo, and Aristella is still last. Whiskey Train's got a bit of a break as they wheel for home. The margin about 2, but here's Express Payment, closing ever so speedily on the leader. Then came Puccini Dream running on, and My Girl Gladys the widest run-up. Express Payment went to Whiskey Trade. Puccini Dream running on, but the gap looks to be too large, and Express Payment is off with the prize. Jake Baylor sends the favourite to the line.
2.
Wins. Puccini Dream second. Phil Panel's got another go on, and ran third, 4th My Girl Gladys. Then Domingo passing a few, as was Aristella. Whiskey Trade got tired late. Valentino Rock never ran on. Quick Shot, the Patron Saint, and Casino Coast. They were the last 3.
Another winner for the Rock Coach stable, Express.
2.
Just that can overdo things. She's very soft.
Right, this is the 6th one. If we look through the odds, it's 13, 3, 10, and 8. If we look through the rails, that 13, 10, and 8, they come within the rails. The other one that comes in is 7, which is there. So we'll put that as a check, and 3 is here. Okay. So, The thing is, this is a 1600 meter, and 13 is an EW, 8 is the linear. Uh, 3 is out of the range, so I'm not going to consider that. So 8 and 13. Eight is in a good hand. 13 is in a good hand. 13 through the rails. 8 is the linear. This is the EW anyway. But this generally works in maiden races. This is a benchmark 64. We'll give it a shot. This is what it is. So it's either that, which looks promising, or it comes down here, 12 and 11, where in 12 the advantage is less. This is 404, this is 483, this is better hand, this is dicey. 8 is in good. 8 and 13 probably, but I am like a little punched right now.
Comes Princess Victoria. The next one to come up, Callum Murray riding for James Short. Goes in. G.I. Joe being led up into its gate. Then 3 to load here. Bentley Brook, Mine All Mine, and Base of Fire. 440 about Brave Action and Mine All Mine. Now Brave Action just comes into $4, so has favouritism to itself, but it's $4 the field here. Feels like a bit of a raffle. As Base of Fire comes up, they're just adjusting the gear on one. That's riderless behind the gates there. Got that saddle cloth in a moment. It's the free Bentley Brook. Bentley Brook now comes up riderless. Brave Action the favourite, narrowly. They're all in. Ready to go, Brave Action from Mine All Mine just in the market. Light blinks. Ready to go. First leg of the quaddie. Set, we're over the 900. Ready. Barriers start throwing something out wider. They're off and racing. Artissi bounced out nicely out wide with Base of Fire. Now came Brave Action down low. Brave Action takes it up to Ship Shalard, Princess Victoria, Mine All Mine, Bentley Brook. Then Base of Fire, Vampire Slayer just in front of it with Ambello, who's improving. My Ruby Artissi 100%. My Harakoni's third last. Then came Real. Last of all, G.I. Joe. They swing in now. 400 left to run here. Brave Action leads them up. Hasn't been tapped along yet. Still held together. Leads on the outside there, starting to chime in. It's Raoul behind them. Also Mine All Mine. And then came Shimshalar, who's right on the scene too. And Bello, Mine All Mine hit the lead from Shimshalar. Brave Action, they look the 3 at the moment. Shimshalar, Mine All Mine. They're in an arm wrestle. Mine All Mine gets its bib in front. Mine All Mine beats Shimshalar.
4, 13.
Then Bello, Brave Action, Artissi. The next one, Vampire Slayer, Base of Fire, Raoul. Then came further back 100% Princess Victoria by Ruby. If I haven't called in Bentley Brook and G.I. Joe. That all the Mine All gets the upper hand lane to outfront Shimshalar in the run of the page. Number 4, the winner of Toe Road riding for John Off and Shimshalar. Another good ride all mine for the Shani Julian. Now in front second. We'll sort out third and fourth in just a moment. Jump number 5.
I'm pretty confident my Hurricane has done enough to get third. There's no official numbers.
17 below 5.
That Bello has run his usual consistent race again, but I can't see any numbers on the screen Australia sets. If you did back mine or not, I reckon you can give a big thank you to Jake Torrey. It was an outstandingly good ride. Had the horse won one after they went about 200 metres, but he had to get very vigorous in the home straight because mine or mine took a lot of coaxing to get past a very game ship Salah. You can see the hit on there, Jake switched the whip to his left hand to encourage him to go past. And go past he did over the last 50 metres. By Hurricane, he made very good ground in between horses. Those numbers have been posted, Terry. 4, 13, 5 and 7.
And John McMillan back with us post race. It's a lot of conversation with one of the owners here.
Yeah, and it's Kevin Guthrie. He won the nothing to do the entry on board.
He said more on it than I am. Tell him that Kevin, a number of his mates got the same shoe as well.
Yeah, you'll see a horse running out of the airport later this year. They're running those colours. It's their a group called the Hawk and Angels. Something.
Just like,
Yeah, something like that. And they changed the name because they weren't allowed that when I mentioned. They've got a horse that's got racing those colours. But they actually do a lot of. They got together. That's how when I started training. I'm talking about 10 or 12 years ago now. They do a lot of things for charity and they get together as a social group and they raise money for charity while they're doing it. So that's what their colours are all about.
hey, mine or mine, it's getting there. 3 wins now from 13 starts. I know he's a horse you've always liked.
Yeah, I do always like him. It's frustrating. I don't mind the fact that he only won narrow margin there over Matt Faisal, but I think Matt Faisal was still one for the future as well.
Here's the news. Matt Sayers' horse dropped out and didn't run top 4. That was Shani Julian's horse that was fighting out the finish with you.
I think you've got such a wrong bloody colour. I don't know how much fitter it's got. I haven't spoken to Charlie about that. I haven't spoken to her dad, so I wrote it about 20 years ago. Jamie didn't with her dad. But anyway, I do like this horse. I think he's going to be better when he comes off the track. Manuel was written like at the start of the hunt. He thinks to confirm. And I think that's why he'll be better when he's wet. Hopefully when you get a wet track, he'll run up to one. Hopefully he'll win.
Putting into a break, but John did want to mention the ride by Jack Toro. Gate 14 into that one out, one back. Strong as he always is, and a big finish. It's a good ride.
That's why I didn't give any instructions. Well, I would he's a better rider than I ever was, so he would tell me how to ride a horse. Good. Thanks, mate.
Wide gate, off 1-1. Strong as always in the drive to the line. Is that one you just get in the jockey's room and just keep watching, pump the chest out a little bit?
Oh, I would, but I don't have a song written about me on Rocky, so he's got all the bagging rights, mate.
He's got some talent, this horse. You first sit on him today under race conditions, but you would have seen enough of him.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be a horse that can sort of mix and match his form a little bit, but Johnny's got a really good handle on his horses, and look, today he was very bullish about him. He said just make sure you tell the gate's good and then move with the rest. So we landed in a great condition. I didn't quite expect to be where I was, but from there, it's matter of him do the rest, and yeah, it was really good for one.
Not wouldn't go away.
No, it wouldn't. I just said to John then, I got alongside of him, and then he just wanted to lay in a touch on top of him, so you might have a little bit of a think about it, but no, Johnny's looks very tough.
That's great. Correct weight, Murray Bridge, 4:13.5 seconds correct weight.
That was 6. Wait, 6. 6 is not bad, that was. Hawkesbury. Okay.
See it. Long break.
Got it, PC.
Clearly that run last start has scared a few off. $4.80 out of $6.50, and we're talking double figures without a stack of support for the rest. So majority of the money going the way of Written in Code, but all the other one, Rich, that I guess is a story from the market side of things. Yeah, most definitely. It tried well, and they obviously expected to run well, and Shenny gave it a nice kick. But I think if Written in Code gets that same run, that's the same turn of speed at 13 to 11, we obviously are holding. Yeah. Nothing wrong with the inside fence. 0. Although we were talking about this earlier, so it looks as though there's an inclination for jockeys to make their runs 3 and 4 horses off the fence, but it's just one of those tracks where off the turn, they just fall off the turn. And if you are 3, 4 horses back inside, so often you get that run, don't you? It does. Tricky angle too, but bears on the loose. The photo's up on social media too, I noticed, though, which is, it's a clear margin too. It's a lot bigger margin, I thought. It's one of the tougher. I feel for any race caller at any track, but it is exceptionally tough here at Hawkesbury with our cameras set so far before the finishing line. So it's usually inflated towards those on the outside, but it was State of America on the outside that got the beat down in time and kept Richie alive for at least another leg in the quaddie. And his legion of followers, I'm sure. $3 about Written in Code. Let's get to Darren Flindell for the second leg.
So last time, that was over 1100. This is over 1300. Written in Code has one up to a mile. So we're getting close now. This is over the 1300 metres. They're all in. Favourite drawn the inside. Just a little bit fidgety there. Ready now. Racing. And Written in Code left cleanly. It's a real clump out of the gates and pushing on Midnight Dynamite. It's looking for the lead. Cadol is pretty handy to the action together with No Drama on the outside. And No Drama goes to second now from Cadol, then Super Bright, Written in Code there in the orange. Sydney Bowlers down on the rails, Walking Painting deeper out. And 3 lengths away to Fugitiva last of all. So Midnight Dynamite leads up. By a half length here on No Drama. Cadol a handy third, followed then by Super Bright. His position 4th on the rails, a half the outside to Walking Painting. Now Written in Code is back 3rd last, about 5 off the lead. Then came Sydney Bowler and 2 lengths away to Fugitiva. So Midnight Dynamite hard pressed on the rails. A narrow leader from No Drama coming around the turn. Cador being scrubbed up on the rails, then Super Bright Walking Painting. Getting to the outside, Sydney Bowler. And Written in Code is still towards the rear. Embrace Knockers angling it into the clear. 250 to go. Midnight Dynamite in front narrowly from Cadol. Super Bright. Written in Code is starting to launch a big attack now. Coming down the middle of the track. Written in Code roaring away. And that's a big win at the end. Super Bright, I think, Nick's second and nose on Cadol and very close up the outside.
One.
Midnight Dynamite got tired. And No Drama.
Bomb.
That Walking Painting.
PC.
$3 kilo claim will not last long if he keeps riding like that. 4 back fence looked a little bit tricky at the top of the straight. He was able to angle clear.
Beautiful PC, that is.
Turn of foot, and by a fair margin as well. As for the minors, the 7, Super Bright, run gamely. The 8, Cador, first up from a break, can loom into his preparation off the back of that. What are the totes? It's at $2.30 and $3. Wow. We see a lot of volatility on the totes these days. I guess as the money in them drops somewhat, you might get increased volatility too, but we'll have to wait. That is, of course, still a price. It'll be right. 178. But I tell you what, how quickly did she dispose of? So, but I love the ride. I keep giving this guy a push. I'm telling you, he is a star of the future. This guy. No doubt, he's a country kid. He come down, he learning to get back home up to Boston, coming up and scurrying. I've got a feeling we might see him down here during the winter. Have a look at this here, as he's just.
So this 6 weeks on that is more the 3-year-olds.
Let's not go greedy. Let's just go with 8. I like the. I mean, the 13 is there, but
Like the tail
I don't know. It should actually. It's a 1600 meter. I don't know what to do with this. 8 I like. That's the 12.
It's not having any excess weight. It's like
13 is everything shades. It's one of the better selections on the protein salts. It's just more around 8 and 2 ranks for preparation. The first one went up a big small one and happened over 12.
13.
Against the clothing truck. Well, the race and the day. And then she stepped at 1400 metres second.
Oh, we've seen that. Here's the thing. What's going on is, if we go with the 8 is in beautiful hands. Okay. 8 is in a very strong hand, and the translation is this. This is actually not a pressure. This is going to work as an advantage. It's the linear. If we go with this, then that itself is a risk, because this is not the favorite. The favorite is 13. 13 has the advantage through the rails. It is also in a good hand. The advantage is less than 8. The highest is here with 3, but it is far from the rails. If that's what the case is, there is a strong chance that 13 will run second. But then we'll have to take a look at the 12 and the 11, which are also there in the race. And that 7 is a check, because it's got the pressure line, it's within there. But generally that doesn't happen. What will happen is here. Eight. If 8 is coming from gate number 5, this is gate number 7. That's the highest outer drift. This horse has been tested here in this ground on the hillside. So this is a very good horse. This one is a good horse, and this is the one which actually has been tested. This is the only one, the 12, and that's the highest drift. This is the linear, that's the drift. The advantage is less, but they both have good jockeys. That's there. Both have good jockeys. The only bad jockey is, average jockey is with 8, I guess. So if it's a possibility that it is 8 and 13 or 8 and 12. "13 should have won last start." Mansion on 13, PC. PC's got Mansion on 13. If you are saying like that, then it's 8 and 13. Easy. Yeah, 8 and 12 is a possible. I mean, that's a That's a chase. 8 and 12 is a chase. 8 and 13 is on clear light, and PC is PC. Gentlemen, if you don't know about PC, PC has the most gray hair on horse racing here. He knows the stuff.
Taking the short odds about the favourite results, I don't think you need to be disappointed. So,
He knows the stuff.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Although,
And then 13. All right, 8 and 13 queen. 8 and 13 queen.
John, we're 50 seconds of starting time. Small horse in the knowledge is a barrier. I still think we've got a couple of things. So, you've got any names you want to give us a song? You want to give us a song? To make mountain. Rare to go, so rare to go. The current speech but I think things are starting time, but we're all starting to go. So, they don't close until all of them are there. So, this we've got some time at the trail one. I would not be surprised at all to see whether full position in run. They're just galloping along at a tempo. It's a big change up speed. All right, so horse is not too far away from loading. We might get up to Matty Hill. We're almost on start time for the call of race number 6. Not cracking a little bit. Yeah, it's a good race. Tennis is a vote of the silver and gold bonus race as well. But it's certainly well worth racing for. It's 6 to win, benchmark 54. They're just starting to load now. So starting to load forward, a rump, which is the first one into the gate. So rump, goes in.
Leolin 13 win.
Running away here, the first half of the scores. Get a little 7 up to go more forward. So the last of them coming into the gates now is Rock Revolution goes in. Let's do it 7 now.
13-10 queen. EW 13.
But also Rock Revolution on the outside. Rock Revolution leading from a rough pan in the dark, then cool wide and nine.
Is this how a 1600 meter should go? What is that 5 doing there? And what is that 13 doing there?
So it's Rock Revolution in the 1,000 by 2 minutes to rump and get cool of the bit. They eliminated in 4th place by 9 3/4 handle in the dark. 2 minutes to the bottom bed and hit it in the shade. And the field swing out somewhat. The 800 meters, hit it in the shade to be 7 on the front. A couple of minutes away to Bull Fest and Kiwi with 1 like there and ready from there. So 650 meters to go. Russian Revolution by 2 less. As they come towards the border, or Rock Revolution, I should say. Trying 7 place for a run, and then it can cool and can in the dark night. Heavily shades brought towards the middle of the course, then came Bomb Bed. He's trying to make ground on the inside. Rock Revolution of the 300 meters. 3 minutes of the length down, half down, down, runs on by. Heavily shades towards the middle of the course, cat off and run, 150 yards and down around the back. Heavily shades, instead,
3 and 9. Three and 9.
640 and 180 front by Regular, written by Greg Williams. Greg with a double on the boards, joined with Ian Bell with a setting raced up on the ball of the program. But hurrah, 2 from 2. He's done a little on so far, still by a Friday friend and Models. Impressive was that this horse was stronger through the line than any other part of the race.
This is absurd. If this is if 1600 meters, that three. That's how the three looks like. I stayed out of the three because it is not within the rails. 3 and 9. This is bad. This is actually bad. This is actually nuts. This is actually bad. Three nine, then what? Three nine, 13 and 12. So everybody did something or the else. The 12 did its job. The 3 won. 13 came in third. There's this 9 which came out of nowhere. It got second. And the linear, that 8, did nothing. At times I feel like, I'm very underprivileged. We need firearms. We need guns. There's a place somewhere in Saudi. They call it Chop Chop Square, where they hang people publicly. Some of these guys, they need to be there, these jocks. They kind of have changed the dynamics of the races. There's no use of seven Ipswich.
Both won $2.90. Number 7 outsmarted at $5. I took the $5.50. Terminated now $2.90. Both won 3-2. It's lost favouritism. It's now being displaced at the dying stages of betting. But they're coming up well for this race. Both one goes up. Tina Berryman takes it to its barrier.
Hermanita about to move in. I'd say she'll be the last to come up. Reporting a late scratch in here. Submission in the tie-up stall, so it has to wait for another day. There's the red line. 9 runners are ready to go, and they're off and racing. They jumped in a good line. Hermanita out wide began fast as usual. Under the Palais got early speed, and Bettor, it's going forward as well. With the blinkers on, Fists of Fury nicely away in 4th position. Followed then by Outsmarted, just a tad worse than midfield. Outside of Yes to Excess. And Quaint Quad 3 wide off its gate. Second last, Genetic Freak and Sizzle Manizzle goes back to the tail. Down the back straight now, 900 left to Rana, and Talia Fetium and Hermanita. They have a great association. They are out controlling affairs. Bettor dropped into the rail to be second following the leader. Great Quad continues to go forward, but it's working hard around on the inside as they head to the side under the Palais and Fists of Fury. Demco Yes to Excess, Outsmarted, Genetic Freak. It takes on 3-1 for 600, and Sizzle Manizzle in last position. Hermanita, the best back runner, comes to the turn in front. Bettor again comes off the fence. Both ones had a particularly hard runner. 3-1 as they come to the turn. Then under the Palais. Where's Outsmarted? Coming to the outside with about 5 lengths to make up, but it will run on strongly. Bettor's going to Hermanita. Both one despite the hard run, challenging the pair. Now Outsmarted is stalling. Hermanita the inside, Quote on the outside is laying down the law. Quote went up and won. Beat Hermanita, that was a good win. Sizzle Manizzle from last third. Then came Bettor, Yes to Excess, followed by Genetic Freak. Outsmarted didn't come on, then under the Palais, and Fists of Fury last over the line.
9-4-3-1.
Well, it's been a while since he's won, but there's been some really good performances since that last victory, and today it didn't all look great, but he was just too good for them over the final part. Hermanita had to use a bit of gas to lead at the first attempt of the trip. She almost did it, but she had the big fella. He's pretty smart on one, and he was able to run it down.
Look at his eye. It looks like he's, I got this. I got this. I mean, it was an ugly watch, but Nikita had to do what she did then, because if she just went back and gave up those few extra lengths, she was never going to catch them the way that Hermanita has held on.
Yeah, so we're just waiting for third. Sizzle Manizzle on the outside of the pale blue sleeves has run a really good race there and gets third. He certainly appreciated the fast tempo. Bettor is just fading a little bit late, and then Genetic Freak. Quad, trained by John Darn in Toowoomba, ridden by Nikita Berryman, takes out our 9th race, 10, 5, 8 and 1. The time 1:19.98, and the sectional split coming up 36.24. So that tells us they went pretty quick through the first half there.
Alrighty, I'm just waiting to see if John Dan is here, but I've not spotted him yet, Maxie. So here he comes. The team is going very well. Adiala, Maxie. There's another one. I just can't think of it.
Rival was going well.
Rival, yes. Johnny Dan is just knocking up training winners here at the moment, here and everywhere else. Well done.
Thank you.
He deserved that.
He does, yes. He was due as knocking on the door. Like he's been in some good races and that no luck. It looked like that was going to happen again today, but anyway.
I mean, it wasn't an easy watch because he had to sit 3 wide, but Nikita had to do that today.
Yeah, I think because it just makes you wonder how fast they're going up front, because he was sort of towing her into the race, if you know what I mean. He wasn't sort of under the pump trying to get where it was. She was sort of towing her into the race, so... Yeah.
At least he had that sort of uninterrupted run. We're so used to him seeing traffic.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. He's usually running into horses, or someone's getting in his road, or, gets back in the field and he's getting blocked up. He can't get out in the clear and all that, so yeah.
Just discussing, Quad Climb, Rival, Adiala. You've got a really nice bunch of horses at the moment.
Yeah, we've only got a few on work. Because of work, we're busy and that, but they're all homebred, so that makes it a whole lot better. So, yeah.
Oh, big, strong, rangy horses.
Yeah. Well, probably Rival. He's got fresh bells, so he'll come back.
So this is the 7th one. That 9 is the favorite. Now here what we can see is this track. I mean, we always knew that this track is tricky, and I think me and PC, we have raced here a lot of times and always figured what works here is a mystery. But now I think we have a little bit of understanding what's going on here. So this was a 1600 meter. So this advantage went through. That was 62. All right. It had one race. This one, 8, was the linear. It was 1/3 of the advantage of this one. Then the 9 went through, which was an EW anyway, because of the drift. This is a bigger drift, and that's what. And the 12 had to come. I was actually I thought the 8 and the 12 will get in, but that did not happen. But the 12 got in because of the drift. So that's something that works. That will happen here if we look at the scene. So 9, 4, 3, and 1. Okay. So 4 and 9 with the top 2 advantage, but it will not work as a queen. One of the drifts will get in. So the biggest drift is this one. I've taken a look at it. It is a 47% downline. These people are absolutely morons. I don't know whether they'll be able to deliver. The other one is at 50%. So the financially is broke, these people are. So if that's the scene, in that case, we need to look at something which is here from 7 to 10, 7, 1, 6, and 10, wherein 1 is there within the odds. It's the largest. But 7 is in better hands. It's a pace which is there on this horse. I definitely like the 2 more because of the drift, but they're like 47%, and this is on pace. Up till here, it is relaxation. So 2400 meter, it'll go on relaxation, that's for sure. So 8, 4, 9, that's there. But one that has the thing to get in is obviously one of the paces. So it is either this one, which is a larger drift, this is a larger inner drift. So 1 probably is not the one. It is 7. It is 7. So probably 4, 7, 9, if the pace kicks in, which is a strong chance that the pace will kick in. And if that doesn't kick in, it's 4 and 9. The linear 3 is way far, so that's 8, and this is 9. So yes, that makes sense. So this probably is the 3rd position, and this has no chance. So probably this is in. So 497 or 479. Mathematically, that's the possibility. What will the genius jockeys do? That's a separate thing altogether. Nine MB.
Left to run, Nickish leads TikTok Boom. Then came Back Me Up Betty, who's been scrubbed along by Waters Road Talawar. Then Cadam's Club 5 off the top. Then came Duke of Angel, Mortal Spirit. Next one, Shadow Express, Big Mab. Then came Gilded Lady, Archdeacon, Enterprise Jewel, Ocean Blast, Rabini, and Metal Quest, the last one. 400 left to run here. They're homeward bound. TikTok Boom about to pop the question to Nickish, who's been tapped along. Here's Cadam's Club, loomed up under an absolute stranglehold. Hasn't even come off the bridle, put up 3 legs on Big Mav, who's running on. TikTok Boom's regressing. It's Cadam's Club well in front. Cadam's Club out by 3 or 4 to Big Mav. Rabini flashing home for the minors, but Cadam's Club walks in. Wins by 2 or 3 legs to Big Mav. Rabini 3rd. Immortal Spirit next. Enterprise Jewel, Archdeacon, Ocean Blast. Then came Shadow Express, by Waters Road. The next one, TikTok Boom, Gilded Lady, then came Nickish, Duke of Andrew, Metal Quest, and back me up Benny, one of the last ones in. 825, 15 Cannons, Club for the Tasmania apprentice, Jackson, Raleigh, Stephen Theodore, Double, Big Man number 2, Justin Murray in the saddle there, very class third, and a Morgan Spirit 4, so 825 is 15. Good ones for Tasmania here, John. They did need that they were fourth on the table going into today's series, and the runner up there, Big Man for Jason Murray from Queensland.
গল্পের সুন্দর দিয়েছি বলবে আমাদের একটা প্রোগ্রাম করছিল তো রেসিপি লাগিয়ে বাকি দিয়েছে আমি কি করবো আপনার কি বলার আছে আমাদের এক্সচেঞ্জের ব্যাপারে কথা বলার জন্য এক্সচেঞ্জ করুন দোকানে কানেকশন পেয়ে যাচ্ছে আমাদের এক্সচেঞ্জে আর অ্যামাউন্ট একটা দেওয়া হচ্ছে 5,000 পেয়ে যাবেন ডাইরেক্ট এই দোকানে বলতে 1,000 টাকা করে দেওয়া হচ্ছে সেখানে একটা কাজ তাই কিছু একটা কাজ করি আমি একটু চেক আপ করে দেখে নিচ্ছি কত দেওয়া যায় এখন নাম্বার দিচ্ছি না আপনি বাড়ি চেক না যদি আসতে চেক করাচ্ছি না
Inside draw, no rate.
Russians Arena at 201. It'll be a surprise. Karen trains out here at Hawkesbury Carriage. Always got her horses looking well, but this is a tough after.
She was getting herself very worked up, actually, sweating up, which was a little bit naughty, although she does have fitness now.
And we'll finish things off, guys, with the 5 for Grand Galloper, J4 in the saddle on Mad Darcy. I think she's a great chance. Soft draw, do no work. She goes well fresh. Her trial was outstanding. Would have loved just, it's getting very firm, a few of the boys are saying, but I'm hoping that It's just enough still given this track. She looks great, Mad Darcy.
She does, doesn't she? Richie should be out here doing the job. Exactly. Everything you just said, I agree 100%. It's not often we agree, but she looks outstanding.
Okay, we'll have a Jake Cat Crockett in 2 ticks, but remarkably, Lonham Queen, horse number 1, was the last horse out. So in the meantime, we might get late mail from you, Richie, and then we'll get the pick of the yard.
1.
Well, I've offered a bit of value right down the bottom.
Okay,
14 on top.
let's go, PC.
3-star May, $500 Sun 9 first person, 14,359. Not going mad, I've left the top one out. We'll hear from Kevin in a moment. Here's Chantel, the pick of the yard.
Okay, I'm agreeing with Richard. I think my Darcy looks absolutely fantastic. I always had One Rose Queen on top, and then I saw her and thought, no, I'm going to swap. I'm going to put Mad Darcy here. One Rose Queen.
It'll go down. It's on dot. It's 2.5 right now.
Cam makes his way over here. So a horse that put together 4 from 5 last preparation, and it's kicked off this prep with an...
I knew it. It became 1.8 now.
Gets in form, stays in form, and we've heard that so many times with the mares over the years.
It'll win.
Cam, looking forward to seeing Lon Rose Queen again today. Fantastic first up win.
Your favorite.
Fitness-wise, yeah, there's always a bit of a query second up off a big win like that, particularly with the being on the heavy surface, but can't fault at home and you've got to go somewhere, so it looked like a good race. She was first up, you'd be very confident with the first up record's good. Second up record seems to taper off a little bit, but I think she's probably had a few excuses if you really pick the eyes out of the form. Like her second up run for me in her first prep was 1400, which wasn't ideal. Then last time she went Gallant Star, you could have said it was first up. Second up, she went to Rosehill in a very hard race, and probably just petering off from the amount of work that she'd done in the prep before that. She's had a good break now, so we'll find out today, I think.
She might regret second up, but it may be more that she's just, we've set the bar high on those second up runs in the past. I saw you had a few at the trials the other day at Scone. Florino, a 4-time winner, was good to see. Yeah, just tell me a little bit about Florino and maybe Super Extreme. Where do you expect to see them next?
Super Extreme, got a couple of things picked out for him. There's a 1200 metre race at Tamworth on Cup Day.
Was he a mid-prep trial?
He had one run on the heavy track. He didn't really let down too well, so he's going well. Yeah, Florino we're pretty excited about. I'm not sure where we'll...
Right, PC, I'm on with you, following you.
Yeah, he's pretty nice.
A nice record. Good luck to you.
Cheers.
Hopefully we're chatting post-race as well. Good luck to Cam, and I appreciate the work of trainers, particularly if they have scrapping duties as well. I don't think people realise at home maybe how difficult...
Man, this is the jockey with the mustache. This guy is good.
Have a chat with us.
This is the jockey with the mustache. He's good.
The line. So we do ask a lot of them, but they do a great job. $3 about our favourite here. If you had your time again, Richie, does Lon Rose Queen, given the market support, go into the club? Oh, no, you stand for that.
I've got to stand for it. All I know is that Mad Darcy, it's been on Bumble, Twitter, and Tinder, it's been on every side. It can't find a friend.
No. Mad Darcy's out to $18.
She looked terrific, and I just
$9.50.
And I was having another peanut on her.
Okay, Acapella Sun. Sometimes it's like that. You think this is
Acapella, that's very flaccid. Acapella, Chantal, I'd say, but what do you say?
Acapella Sun. Sorry. All right, $6.50 anyway. Star May, if you're fine with that pronunciation, $7.50. Still Ella, $7.50. Trimming in a point and a half for Land Creek Curtis. Let's get to Darren Flendell for his call of the penultimate here, as Shani would refer to it.
Drawn out in gate 7 here, over the 1100 metres. The first person did Acapella Sun to go in. Acapella Sun about to move forward. Down to the last couple. Darcy towards the inside. Now here's Star May resuming today. She's had 2 trials. Beaten by Ballroom Bella, a recent one. Now Destructive Diva coming in, and Spirit of Varanasi now moves up to the outside draw.
Spirit of Varanasi.
Second last year at Hawkesbury. Lon Rose Queen, the favourite. Starter said go now. They're off and racing. Lon Rose Queen has jumped back midfield as so. Star May is showing brilliant speed from the wide draw. It's handlebars down stuff here, but first person quickly zips up on the outside. They're followed then by getting up on the inside, Red Beauty into a prominent position together with Russians Arena, and Still Alice goes to fourth. Russians Arena back to fifth. Further back then to Acapella Sun from Mad Darcy. Up in front of them, Destructive Diva. Spirit of Varanasi's well back, and Outback Angel is the last one. So coming to the turn, it's Star May in front from Still Alice the outside. They're followed then by First Person, Red Beauty back on the rouse. Lonrose Queen's about 4 or 5 lengths off them, second widest runner as they come inside the 250, and Star May just in front. Star May, now Lonrose Queen is letting down, and Spirit of Anasi wide out, but Lonrose Queen moves up, and Braith Knock will do it again. Lonrose Queen beats Acapella Sun, who was quite strong late second. Third in Spirit of Varanasi.
One, baby. Boom, PC.
The second half of the field as they pull up now to Russians Arena, and one of the last to finish was Rare Beauty.
That was a run.
Winner. Simple as that. She's a 6-time winner in 13 career starts now, and she just keeps going on with the job. As I mentioned, put together 3 out of 4 last preparation. There's back-to-back this preparation. Forget about any second up preparation. She's gone on with it really nicely. The 5.
Yeah, you saved your mansion.
To only be beaten a lap or so, and does have a habit of doing that, it must be said. Spirit of Varanasi, to my eye, running third, first up from a break for Robert Luke Price, and the 3 running into 4 spots. Chanois. A couple back at Sandown on a soft 6 track. He was a big plane, so. Won the race. He should have clearly run second, but if he gets that earlier, you could argue he's at least in the photo, because he was absolutely ripping home. What I like about paper where there's a chance they might be bumped up at 600, he has shown a turn of more slow tempo.
He looks really well, really nice.
It's time for the stage here, race number 7, the Chalmers Sport Record places Handicapping 2400 metres at Pacific Cross for Glenn Thompson. Well, he's been knocking on the door while he tries to almost pull the door out. They've been runner up 4 in a row, Katie or Sandown. He's been between 3 miles, Dagger, he rolled on 10 bars. The entering the Zen is going to be very close to over the 30. I mean, they're going to better race on Saturday. Next she goes closely with Damien Lane from barrier number 1. But for this coming straight ahead, including Luna Lover, along like Canberra Minute and Fadeo, who played with with range last start. In the thoughts of Mark Hunter, they head out at 3,000 metres to show that he can stay. So,
Son, which one, PC? 6.
He looks really well this horse. He's quite confident that he's going out onto the track. Not a horse that knows any excess condition here.
Emphasise consistent, but she's probably due another week. She's been possibly to come to that.
I was actually looking for a club. So here is what your 6 looks like. That's the 6, okay? That's on pace. That's on pace. Way more than these 2. This is on pace. Problem is got advantage here, that's there, but it's also tailing 4 and 6, 9 is half of 4. This There's a strong chance, PC. There's a strong chance this will come second. I am sorry, but that's what it looks like. There is a very strong chance if the jockey does the right thing. There is a very strong chance it will come second. I was actually looking at that when you...
At the stores.
Actually, it's my file, but now it seems like quite a cool little dude on those days. You like that?
Yeah, that was down for that week.
With that time down, you had a chance to have a go at the slow round. You're so happy with it.
Yeah,
That's a bad thing, but it's down on board. A little bit of a triple draw.
be positive.
It went with 4 and 6 queen.
Yes, not a good passage to that. That's your call, actually.
Thank you very much. And we're getting to the electrical setup and we're getting close. Be the start of the sound. We got straight down to the post of my life. It's about 30 minutes. 6 times the drivers, just play that show. No, this has gone up drivers. Also forward turns in the tail, taking that wide. Forward is Diwali.
Arman 317, excellent try. 317. 7 is in very good hands, and there's a chance.
Also black, that part's a little doing a lot of showing a little bit of speed, but they are looking for forward position about wider. And so the rock that it's bringing up to sit about here. So it's finding a really position, so they can be straight and go back to the end outside of the low. So with the sitting across on the inside, we can something across, so the rock is out, pretty wide from there, back a little behind there, and Dan is going to stick back and get into the fitting. Next to the bench from Blue Harbour, so they completed it live. 1,700 minutes to go, and if you're sitting across, out wide, you're really going to want to run up across it, so sitting across from barrier number 1, sitting working to the lead, 1,600 meters by the rock. Then came the there, reached around to the wide, then it came around on the inside from the black hole. 2 lengths of the way down for about side of the castle into the 1,400 meters. No room is third last or room alone, so the main is last. They can continue their journey down, it's a long back straight there, sitting across the right, and really just to the bottom of the 25 here, back to the 100 meters.
Are you kidding me?
Josh goes to the nice run. Look at the high bottom and relax well outside of that. The winch of the 900 street. Goes to the order and all. Down for a good test. And then they look at the low. Second last over, so that they can be in last. They don't have to be.
What is he doing? Laying eggs? It's probably laying eggs.
They're a little bit off to the black water, back the winch, a little back to the field over. Then we're going to well back down to the same day for me, so Pacific Cross. Now Lane's going to fit in the middle, organised for the 400 metres, trying to bring it away from them. 11.5 Banana chasing Pacific Cross. Then Kangaroo.
You're stuck between horses, mister. You are stuck between horses. You are nothing but a clown of the highest order. That is a clown of the highest order, man. 8. 8 was a much smarter jockey. No, 3. Adaman got 3. Three was the linear.
Their service chart in the string of the line for highway runner to rank last start, penetration set, rest well with a 3 metre and halted by about half of the line.
By me. These are the clowns, PC. The clown. I mean, I don't know what to say. Actually, I have lost my words. I don't know what to say. I want to bang my head on the wall, actually, for even. Three. This is absolutely a disgrace to being a jockey. The next one I have the 6. No, so Adaman, here is the 3. The 3 was linear, okay? That's the linear. Now, why I stayed out of this is because this was not within the rails, but what happened is this was controlled by pace. This was controlled. This side is heavier. This side is not. I think 5 got in. Should have. It's either 3, 5, or this one with the advantage. Or maybe 2. 2 possible. 3 possible. Three, 8, 4, and 6. So that's 3 linear. 8. Because this guy was smarter. He took a lead from the very first. 3, 8, 4, and 6. Then came in that monkey 4. And then the 6. 6 was on pace. I went with 4 and 6.
Okay, Cherry Rose favourite, 350. Fielded Myrtle 4, pretty solid at that price. Benavichi's been soft out to 5, Tarps at 9, and Girls at $11. So top two, Cherry Rose and Fielded Myrtle, the most popular runners, with slightly more money on Cherry Rose. Just about all set last few loading. Let's get to David Fowler. He certainly earned his keep today, the last of 10 at Ipswich.
I think from the next day, I'm going to call up these jockeys and tell them
Set for the last race.
that I'm waiting right outside the race course with a sledgehammer.
There it is. Racing Ipswich. Jumped at a good line. Surface Royale, Cherry Rose, 2 of the first to go. Girls got speed. Tarps is driving through. And Anavinci a lot handy today. They're the first 5 and they'll sort themselves out. Mount Fuji leading midfield the rail and then Field of Myrtle. Trying to get some cover in the early part, but so far unsuccessful. Then a Pedo Ballerina, Twyford, Chickway Terror and Regal Edition as last. Down the side, 700 left to Rana. Tarps bustled along the inside and kept the lead. Surface Royale second. Cherry Rose in a good third and Girl fourth defence. 3 wide Field of Myrtle can't get in. Anavinci travelling 6 1 off the rail. Then Mount Fuji, a Pinot Ballerina, Twyford, Chickway Terror and Regal Edition 8 off the lead last. Tarps loves to lead. He's a clear leader as they turn for home. Tarps wheeled into the straight leading. Girl getting to second. Surface Royale. Anavinci's in bad traffic. Cherry Rose only stalling. Field of Myrtle still running on. And a Pinot Ballerina right down the outside. Twyford getting an inside run as well. Where to look? Twyford along the inside. Girl Tarps gone. Twyford in front. And Twyford won the last. Beat either Field of Myrtle or Girl. And Chickway Terror was pleasing late. Then came Tarps, followed by Surface Royale Regal Edition. Then came Anavinci, had little luck in the straight. Well back was Mount Fuji. Pinot Ballerina pulling up quickly, and Cherry Rose, well, she's pulled up really quickly and coming straight back to the enclosure.
So, yeah, Cherry Rose is quick to come back. Twyford, that was a deserving victor. I had this on top for about 5 minutes
16.
yesterday, but
Well, you tipped him not long ago as well.
I was glad to see him.
It was like back near last.
Yeah, they went really quick, and he actually saw the rail, and it's a wonder he didn't shy away from it because he hasn't been there for about 6 months. So he deserved that. I think if he can catch up with his trainer, John Hubbard, he'll be just delighted because it's been a case of ditto. His last 3 or 4 starts, he's been posted 3 deep outside the leaders. But today, he's got through along the rails. Tarp set up a hot tempo, and he's got up to score. Now it's close for the minors. Looks like we've got Girl there.
6 Azhar Karim.
Field of Myrtle. So just waiting for the numbers. 16, 9, 8, and 12.
16.
16, 9, 8, 12. Now, I don't know what happened there to Anavinci. Something happened at the top of the straight there. She got completely squeezed out of it. So I think a forget run. And Cherry Rose, back there in those pink colours, dropping out, has pulled up at the wrist. Something may be wrong there with her, Bernie.
Yes, I think so, Maxie. We'll have a chat with Jamie McConaughey to see what he says. But Johnny Hubbard is here and he is full of smiles. Well done. This horse deserved that, didn't he?
Yeah, he's been having no luck. His last 4 runs, he's been 3 wide the trip every run. Bad barriers and, yeah, you know, I just said go back and ride him for luck.
Yeah. Well, it worked.
Yeah, it worked. Done the job. He rates him great here.
Yeah.
He's only got to walk across the road. He's not the real best traveller in the world, but, yeah.
In fact, he's won 5 races and they've all been here.
Yeah, all been here. Yeah, they have, yeah.
What's it like training here? It's obviously come a long way.
Great. The sand track here is magic. You never miss a day. No matter how much it rains, yeah, you can't miss a day. It's great. Club's really good club. Wiring boxes off the club and they're terrific. Yeah.
Nathan X will be doing a great job.
Great job. Hell of a good bloke and doing a good job. Yeah.
We couldn't agree more, and so are you. You enjoy the win.
Thank you very much.
All right, there he is, John Hubbard. There are 5 races for Twyford, Maxie, all here at Ipswich.
Yeah, that was good, but it just goes to show you just got to grin and bear it sometimes when you don't get the draws.
We should have checked that. It's a weekday.
But you keep at it, and John's kept at it with this fellow. It was a lovely ride by Aiden. This is a lad that Larry Cassidy's been
but was still poor. Her 2 prior runs this prep were both okay.
The 12 down Metamoon's been around the place of late.
He has been, but he's been having trouble getting win number 2 on the board. I reckon he's probably a length or 2 shy of where he needs to be, but as you say, he's been consistent recently.
Okay, then we go to number 13, and the 13 here is Splash Landing.
Splash Landing's only career rig came over the mile, and she'll be ready to go here third up, 1600. But she was only fair last start.
Number 14 is Shut That Door. This horse prepared by Garrett Lynch. It's got Caitlin Munro in the saddle.
Shut That Door is going to go around at a decent price here, and that's off the back of 2 poor runs, followed by a second placing at Port Lincoln in what was a very moderate race.
Okay, the 15 is actually the favourite, Josh. Seafaring. It's $3.60. It's been quite moved, actually.
He's been thumped in better. He's only won 2 out of 57. But he does have a good record at this track. Sorry, Rich is 220 here.
15.
The other thing he loves doing is backing up quickly. He's doing that after running that off the Saturday. I'm sure Jared Lynch sees these races and plans their preps to get him to peak when he backs up.
$9 and the $3.60 we're looking at with lab run. 16 surveys.
There's a horse that doesn't win out of turn, and this recent form is not up to scratch, so I'm going to risk it.
And one Randwick, which is the SA representative, Maggie Collin from Mindful Cup.
One thing about Maggie Collin, these apprentice only races, she doesn't get use of her claim that nearly every other runner does. So she's sitting alone up there with 60 kilograms. He's a get back horse drawn inside. He's going to need luck. Couple that with the weight. I'm betting against him. My numbers here, I've gone 3, 10, 11, and 5. I'm hoping that there goes my hero can get in the winners list third up for a spell. Aaron Bain co-trains him with Ned Taylor. Aaron, what's your confidence levels here?
Yeah, look, he's a clean horse, but he's certainly third up in the bid, so back and trip a little bit, but yeah, that's not worry us at all. We'll hope to get forward and just sort of keep him happy and rolling a little.
Could he possibly run out of condition last start at Oakbank over the 1900 7 up?
Yeah, look, it was a 1400 to 1900. Tempo for me probably got him a little bit late as well, but he'll go back there fourth up on the Monday, he might be, but this looks a nice race for him. Just drawn a little bit out, we'll get forward and hopefully just run a nice little tempo.
You put the winkers on today. What's the thinking behind that?
Just to try and have a little bit more genuine late. So when we ran out of condition late last time, I was sort of switched on ways as well. He was on one side, but he was more like to sort of come down a little bit the outside. So still he benefited out there, but the winkers were just sort of sharpen up a little bit late.
And Barkeel looks like he'll run favourite in the City of Adelaide handicap on Saturday. Has he pleased you since his last win?
Yeah, had a lovely gallop on Tuesday. Couldn't be happy with the horse. So certainly taking a live focus in the City of Adelaide. Yeah, it's the run, it's the race that we've sort of earmarked now for a number of weeks or a number of months, and he's fourth up. It's very fine.
Good luck there on Saturday, and also here with There Goes My Hero.
Thank you.
Aaron Bone there with Ned Taylor. They've got There Goes My Hero, the on-top selection for John in this race. John, number 3, 10, 11, and 5. And Mark Matthews away. It's not with the 11 here. Wild winning the 3-year-old. He's got 11, 3, 6, and 4. Seafaring favourite. Horse number 15 at $3.60 over the mile. And Seafaring is the favourite, 5 at the 3.50. Kirkliston Blue comes up with Splash Landing. Splash Landing in Kirkliston Blue, the last one. Line about to be complete. Race 7, Murray Bridge. Over the mile. Start appearing down the line. Light goes on. Ready to run. Signal given. This is race 7. Here at Murray Bridge, part of the Apprentice Series. They're very still. Sure, the hold up hits their racing. Brad Tat flopped out. No Speed Vivacious Award. There goes My Hero was best away. With Blissful Bay was carving on over from a wide gate. Seafaring was next. Then came Wild Winner, who lost to the fourth, the fence. We've got to deal wider out. Jam Cra and Enciphering in that clump. Then Don't Matter Me. Who's about 7th and 4 off the top of the purple jacket. Next one, Shut That Door. Further back then was Sir Mays. Vivacious Award. Next one then was Master of Surprise, Brad Tat. Further back then was Stirrup Cup. And there's one just obscured on the outside there. I can't see it for the life of me. We'll pick it up in the second call. 9 lengths top into tail. In front, There Goes My Hero. 3/4 to Seafaring. So the favourite sits outside the leader.
Blissful Bay pushing the breeze, obliged to be deep, then Wild Winner. Next one, then We've Got a Deal, Don't Matter Me, Jam Bra. Underneath it was Sir May's Enciphering. It was Kirk Cliston Blue, maybe, then Shut That Door. Next one, Vivacious Award, Rab Tat. Then came out of its ground, Stirrup Cup. Long way back was Master of Surprise. And just in front of it was Splash Landing. They're homeward bound now. 400 left to travel. Seafaring comes out in the centre from there goes My Hero. Wild Winner sticks to the inside. Blissful Bay is trying to get into its gears, and then We've Got a Deal. Where to look here? Wild Winner saving all the ground down low. Hit the lead. Stirrup Cup's coming through as well. Then Blissful Bay. It's Wild Winner. Stirrup Cup, don't bounce on it. Stirrup Cup, great Wild Winner, and Stirrup Cup, I don't even think it was touched with a win. Wins by 2 to Wild Winner. There's My Hero next. We've Got a Deal. Blissful Bay with Seafaring, Don't Matter Me, Rabtat, Enciphering, Vivacious Award, Jam Bra. Then came Master of Surprise, Sir May's Splash Landing, Cliston Blue, and Shut That Door was the last one in.
So Jackson Spirit Tasmania wins both heats of the Apprentice Series Challenge here to
5. Anyway, this is the last one. This is the last one at Sandown. That 9 is favorite, okay? That 9 is within the rails. It is the linear. Up to 2000 meters, it has always been the linears. They need to be within the rails. So that's that side of the story. 9. 14 definitely has all that going on. Now here is the flip side of the story, which is the 6 with, so if we look here, that 3 was heavier than 4. Oh, but the 4 was actually a monkey that did not do anything. Here the 3 won on a 1600 meter with the same advantage. And here it is the 6 with the same advantage given on a 2100 meter. Now I generally like the 5-year-old mares above 2000 meters. They are amazing. The 9 is the favorite. It is well within the rails. Up to 2000 meter, that's what happens. If we look for a drift, the highest drift is on this guy, number 7. That comes after this one. And 9 is the thing. So it's the drift is supposed to get it. Here is another drift, 8, which is there. But this is in a better position. This thing has, I mean, it's got management, it's within the rails, it's all that is there. So it's either 9 and 8. If 9 wins, 8. If 6 wins, then this. What's your take, PC, Arman? To Hawkesbury.
Boston, Mitch and Desiree Carney. Yeah, it's had 1 run since joining the stable. I think they're just getting the knowing, not today.
I think they'll continue to step out over further.
Twisted Love, Ash Morgan, Kieran Marr. Interesting run. They come up short in the market. It's interesting what's happening when you get the market to the last. This filly that went over seas now comes here. I just want to steer around and see what she could do. Whether when you show dourness on debut overseas, it usually means you haven't got the speed here.
Definitely, I think she'll appreciate getting over a trip. She's just a typical stayer, real lean, long-bodied. Good enough, but I'd like to see her over a bit further before you tip her.
And the 20, Roddick Yellow, Karen McAvoy, Chris Waller. I think this looks too tough a task for Roddick Yellow.
Look, he's fit now. He maybe needed a couple of runs. So he looks like he's feeling very well, a little bit pumpy as he canters off. maybe he's ready to do something, but it is a tough ask.
Yoda, of course, Alligator backwards and just on Alligators. 7-time Group 1 winner, Alligator Blood, retired. A winner of 16 races. What an absolute star. 7 Group 1s. This bloke went pretty close to winning Group 1 on Saturday with Enca, who was fantastic. A horse in the same colours. DeBello goes around here. You must be excited to see DeBello go around, and all eyes on the start, Kez.
Yeah, look, that's a big thing for him. I'll tell you, there's two sorts of the plans here. You know, like, he does like when he jumps, he controls, and you know it's hard to run down. Today we've got Go Waterhouse and Monty's got one more go forward as well. They might take each other up, but if he happens to miss the start, well then all of a sudden the swoopers are coming in today, like they're coming off their backs and coming hard. So I'm not panicking if he does miss the start. Been a wide gate today, but certainly rather see him jump on the terms, that's for sure.
I was about to say, you're not saying if he jumps we'll snag back. You must be looking ahead to Sam Verona on Saturday.
Yeah, look, we're really excited about seeing her finally get to the race we've dreamt about from the time we bought her. Just unfortunately, the dream didn't consist of the outside barrier at acceptance time. But that's, we'll deal with it on a day. But we're there, we're in good order, and she's not without a winning hope, just needs some luck in running.
I'll be cheering you on. Good luck here.
Take care.
Thanks very much to Gary Portelli. Let's get the pick of the yard from Chantel Buckley. Who did you like?
Sticking with House of Cards, even though he's got a bit of a task ahead of him, he looks like he's come on really nicely. He's had that little bit of a gap between runs, a little bit of a let-up, a tick over trial, but he looks like he's thriving out here, so House of Cards for me.
House of Cards, Richard Calendar. We need your late mail. Shani's diving back in. It's backed again to head over from out there. I've gone 5'11", 214, 5 on top, rush attack. Just got to get the right run. Mickey's Medal, Enter the Dragon, and Lugano, 5'11", 214. Okay, so market-wise, House of Cards, $4.60. Well, I was about to say equal favourite. House of Cards has just gone out to that $4.80. DeBello, $6.50 to $7. Mr. Kipchoge, $8 out to $9. And Mickey's Medal has trimmed up a little bit. Good to see that market support, Richie, $14 into $10 for Annabelle and Rob's Galloper there. As for Rush Attack, $9, fairly steady, just out to $10 late, and 13 or more the rest without a stack of support for them. But either Enter the Dragon or House of Cards, likely to jump our favourite, chopping and changing. Hope we get to Darren Flindell for its call of the last. If you're alive till this point in the quaddie, best of luck. This one is open.
Right on the 25th of March, open past one, that trail at House of Cards stormed home, beating up the ground. So I was very happy with that trial, and also the fact that he's 2 for 2 here at Hawkesbury, and now trained at the track. So he's the post-home favourite. Dunedin goes in. And Rush Attack. We'll see if Braithnock can ride the treble. Rush Attack's had a pretty good campaign overall. He moves forward. Lugano coming up. And House of Cards has the blindfold on, moving in. Enter the Dragon here, 1 or 2 Derby runners. Enter the Dragon here, has the pink coloured cap. So we went on to Bello now and Mickey's Medal. The last two to move in. So the last of 8 races here at Hawkesbury, and House of Cards a marginal favourite at $4.60. $4.80 about Enter the Dragon. So the trial since the last win. The Bello moves in. House of Cards is locked away. And there's the light. Ready to run. Stand by. 14 running here in the last, and the gates crashed back. The Roth Lottigilla was clearly last out. Anderson Bridge being taken back, and also Bestower. DeBello began very sharply and is going to lead for fun here. Moving forward into the Dragon, Mickey's Medal, and Lugano is very prominent there on the rails. About 2 lengths further back there to Rush Attack, line of fire, it's outside. Further back to Dunedin, House of Cards trying to improve.
The lead for fun.
Pretty wide in the early part going into the first turn. Mr. Kipchoge up on the outside and that clump of runners as well. They're followed further back by Highborn Harry, who's going to settle well back in the field there from Brodagilla. And a gap then to Anderson Bridge and Dunedin. But DeBello enjoying the lead on his own. And he's off for an early beer. DeBello racing 5 lengths clear. Enter the Dragon is second. Mickey's Medal the outside. Then came Lugano. House of Fire doing some work. Followed then by Line of Fire being pushed along. Mr. Kipchoge, rush attack. And further back to Rodagilla as they come around the turn. And DeBello, we'll see if this can keep going here in the hands of Molly Burke. It's DeBello about 4 or 5 in front to Mickey's Medal. And then came further back into the Dragon, Line of Fire, Logano. Castle Cards, Mr. Kipchoge, and further back to Rodagilla. DeBello at the 175 and still 3 lengths clear. Going well, DeBello. Into a clear second is Enter the Dragon, going up the inside. It's DeBello in front from Enter the Dragon. Is going to have a late dive. What big dive! Oh, it had a big dip there into the Dragon, bobbing at DeBello, and I'm not sure. Highboard Harry's third, I think, in front of Mr. Kipchoge. I need to look at across the line. Then came Rush Attack, Twisted Love. Further back to Bestower from Rodagilla, Mickey's Medal. Line of Fire, House of Cards, Logano and Dunedin. Stand by. Hold the phone here. Right, let's see.
11 is the winner. The 11 will beat the 6. The 11 being
11.
the Dragon has been able to rally for Waterhouse and got up along the inside, was giving an almighty sight to DeBello, who's led all bar the final metre. It was a brave ride. I'll tell you what, Gary said there were 2.
11-6.
3 with Molly. Well, got off to an almighty lead. But it is the 11 that wins, beats the 6. The 13 runs into third, that being Highborn Harry. And the 9 will ultimately run in for fourth. Mr. Kipchoge doing Mr. Kipchoge things. But rallying under Josh Parr, $5 and $2.20 on the local.
Yes, today. Odds on, long odds on, conservative this side.
Yeah, look, she kept third last time, the one that beat Contact Move in only fair sense, but does have a lot of other factors in her favour. She's gone off a short price favourite. 4 of her Australian runs, 1 3 of them. Second up to 800 metres, she did run class time and was still in the way through the line at Sandown. But to offer a big jump out between runs, and found it was a good as well. So despite the fact that having beyond 1800 metres before, I suspect she's really appreciated the drive. Short price favourite from she's $100 she could have got $45. What about Regal so far? 5 stars. 14 is rather than it's third run this stage of the game. So you'd expect us to get worse than Grace Sunday on it also. 3-year-old. It's to mark up the Franks and Ravens are really quite heading the here. So third up in the 2100 metres. Favour, but that's been a little bit below the Polaris, which there's 3 amps of there.
It's sort of just a train to which to me like a place to game type of horse, which goes to the men and done for the day.
If they're going to start, the fruits of the art, they get into the sale. Put together a good performance last start to win it over a mile.
This is
One thing we know with the trainers are on their horse really big. It is a significant step up the road against pretty competitive horses here, but it's going to
That's the bench. Yeah, the lucky last for Tyler for the next 2100 metre benchmark 70. Who goes in top off? We're with the favourite. Yeah, I don't love playing for space in horses that are going to go around that $1.50 mark, but she looks very progressive. She's a hustler, and she's also got some tactical speed as well, which related her to also today. So, I suspect he's going to be a big improver at start 2. That's an excuse against the pattern at the Valley last start. He goes on the play basis back to the round out the top 4.
That's good for me. Close out the day on the Sunday on time. I thought it went really well today. Really quite taken by the way that it's progressing here in Australia. I do think sometimes it can take a little run or two just to get the your time by. Sometimes it takes even longer than that, but we've seen time and time again put the line through what happened between going on that day, and I feel like this horse is a really nice natural progressive horse, and I think that it should be running really well. It's no number, she was a hustler, she was outstanding here. Nothing wrong with the way that she drove the Valier. I love this horse's path. I think she gives it this kind of distance change, but it does need to prove itself. It looks good every time, which they do with this time.
That's a 2-away. Race number 8 of the program. At $1.80, she's a hustler. Harry Jordan is for value of $5.
Wait, I haven't pressed the button. I'll take a look at the 6. I just hope it doesn't get... It's not getting tailed. It's a 5-year-old mare. Where is the 6? 14 last bet, Araman.
Sports, but it's actually 48 hours. Best way to go probably at a stage to jump. Then you get into the gold mile. Well, the gold rush, of course. So that's going to be fantastic racing on a stage.
I went with 6. I couldn't take a look at the 6. 149. I'm very hopeless today. One wing side.
She's the hospital between each side. The French guy was also pushing out. They got a belly, they push out, and then back to the last man back in. And it's taken the field thing for a start.
Keep doing that thing, baby. Keep doing that thing. Don't look back. I mean, there's nothing back. There are donkeys running. Just keep running. You're good. All that you have to do is, baby, run. Baby, you're in good position. Now this is where you have to do that thing, baby. This is the first one where you are doing everything nice. Okay, that is enough rest. Come on. Yes.
Get it right around the corner. After the 425, back in the side, side, dominating side, hitting the half, over the middle of the course, the valley.
Is that what you do? That'll not happen. 9. The linear. 9, 14. 9, 14 and 2. 9, 14 and 2. 9, 14 and 2. 9, 14 and 2 and what? 9, 14 and 2 and 7. 9, 14 and 2. Boom. Last boom. Don't say that, last boom. Say it's the last boom for today. Right, that happened. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We had 8 races here today, and that was the last one. And I'm going to be racing back on Friday again. We race 5 days. We race 5 days a week, and tomorrow is a Thursday. And this is what happened today, but we're going to be back racing on Friday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We'll race together and do a little chit chat and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, my friend PC. I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there, for all the support, my friend. Stay blessed. Adoman, thank you so much, bro, for being there. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you for joining back in. Thank you so much. Lee, thank you so much for being there. Azhar, thank you so much. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. I think that is it. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Friday. Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye-bye.